Looks like we broke that support at 102,333. I think that was pretty crucial support that we broke. Might test that 97K from here. We'll see.
Yeah, check out the 1 hour. The 200 MA on the 1 hour is at 100,000. Pretty good support. It's near the 618. 100,650. Might be something to look at.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but if you look at a naked chart, you see we're just in no man's land here. I think it's going to be hard to hold that.
Yeah, right now, we're just gonna have to wait. Right now, like for the next
Yeah,
until we find another MA. Next major one
exactly
is
why
at
I'm not in anything. I'm just
yeah.
watching.
If it doesn't bounce on an MA, don't get in the trade. That's it. Simple as that. Fine.
Yeah, it depends.
GM boys. Hey, is Dbloc okay?
Yeah, I'm sure he's fine. I mean, he did have family at his house yesterday, and he may still have family there, so I'm sure he's sidetracked, busy.
Oh no, I heard there was a storm. That's why he couldn't stream.
Yeah, he's streaming now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're supposed to start getting that here in Virginia here soon. It's supposed to start raining, and it's supposed to do it all week.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be difficult to get a proper bounce anywhere until 97,888 around there. I think that's where like the technical bounce should be. That's previous resistance.
Yeah, last night when my SL got like 2-3 times in a row, I was like, something's not making sense. So I stopped trading. Any
Yeah,
news and
I've been out of
why
position
this is
for two
happening?
days, and for 2 days I've been on the sideline just on some USDC. I mean,
Nice.
my hypothesis is everybody's kind of gung ho, and now things are topped out. It seems like the news feed, like I even saw on Coinbase news feed, they're like, okay, now BTC is about to reach new all time highs because of
Oh yeah.
Trump
When you
trade.
hear that stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and
Even on
with the
Mexi.
Trump, yeah, and the China U.S. thing, it could be bullish, it could be bearish. There's two variants to it, but right now,
Mhm.
since we've already had so much bullishness, it's like now we got the retail coming in FOMO. You know what happens when retail comes with the FOMO? That's when the
Oh, yeah.
institutional people just dump, because they're waiting for that.
Yeah,
So
they need liquidity for their cells because their cells are so
exactly,
huge.
exactly. So that's right now. I think what we're going to see a little bit of that. Well, I think there's still, you can see the wallets. There's still huge wallets that aren't dumping Bitcoin
Oh,
and
for sure.
Ethereum,
I'm
and
I'm
they're
on
still
a
accumulating.
huge stack of dry powder right now. Like I'm just looking for a low so I could start like feeding my fishes.
Yeah, same here. Yeah,
We'll get
all
there.
in USDC, baby.
USDC. Yeah, I'm not fully sold yet on the whole circle thing. Once it
Yeah,
matches the exchanges like the do futures, the liquidity they have, then I might move.
Drew, you're scooping up that 4.5%, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
4.5, it's actually not it's I mean there's a right now there's a USDC promo on Mexi. Wait.
I don't trust Mexi though.
I mean, bro, all I had to do was look at my bank, gives me 0.5% in my savings account, and then I'm over here on Coinbase, and Coinbase is going to give me 4.5%. I'm like, yeah, okay. Sounds good to me.
Yo, check it. So the move is you code on Coinbase, you know. I mean, the thing is, you're only insured up to 10 Gs. They have a thing with Coinbase One with up to a million, depending if you do the proper report and stuff. You have kind of insured if you're with Coinbase One. But the move is you hold, you know, on Coinbase One, and you use your Apple credit card to make your purchases because Apple debit card, I think not debit card, credit card, you get 2% right now. Sometimes a little bit higher.
Mhm.
You get 3% by holding it, which isn't as good as Coinbase, but Coinbase is only giving you 0.5% when you're spending. So you spend
Mhm.
using your Apple credit card, but you hold using your Coinbase. And that's the move right there.
That's the move.
Yeah, I looked
It's a good
into
move.
the Coinbase credit card because I would like to get access to my USDC with a credit card out in the real world. But all I wanted, Drew, all I wanted, bro, was just some more black and white information about the card and its percentages and
Oh, it's
all
a
the
debit card.
crap.
No, it's not a credit card. It's a debit card. Coinbase doesn't have a credit card. They only have a debit card. The Apple
Well,
is the
yeah,
one that
yeah. Well, that's
has
what I'm.
the
That's what I
credit
meant.
card.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I meant.
it's legit, yo.
Debit
I've
card.
been using it for like 4 years, dude. It's legit, straight up. Like, I 4.5%. And what you do is you just use USDC. Don't ever let it spend your crypto because if you're spending your crypto, it's doing market sells and it's using the spread from like the regular Coinbase, not the advanced, and they make their own spread there basically. So they're robbing people blind that are like using their debit card that's connected to crypto. It only works good if you connect it to USDC. That way you know you're getting 1-to-1.
Right, which would be my purpose. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's legit, dude. I mean, I've been using it. You can only spend 2,500 a day on it, but it's definitely. I haven't had any problems with it. I've had disputes from other like companies. I had a dispute and they were good. Like I called Coinbase up and they stopped the transactions quick, so they're good with that too.
Good to know.
Hello,
Thank you for that
hello,
info.
hello.
And the what's up? And the Apple credit card, you just do that. Like if you got an iPhone, you know, you just sign up for Apple credit card and you get a savings account attached to the credit card. That credit card's giving you 2% when you use it with your Apple Pay on your phone. Plus, you get the 3%, sometimes 3.5, just by holding. So that's pretty good for a
Same
savings.
on Bybit.
Yeah, but
You
this is
can use on
FDIC.
Bybit.
This is FD 250,000 FDIC insured on your Apple account, and you're getting 3 to 3.5%, and you can insure $250,000. That's a no-brainer. What'd you say about Bybit?
Bybit has a card, credit card, you know, like you can use it like what you say from Coinbase, and you have
Nice, good.
like 3-4% back cashback.
Nice. Yeah, just be careful when they're spending your crypto because usually they don't give you the proper spread. So
Yeah,
it's
I
best to
heard that from you. I didn't know it.
Yeah, it's
Thank
best
you
to
for
use the
that.
stable coin. Whenever you're connecting it to debit card and you're telling the exchange to spend for your debit card, you
Mm-hmm.
can assign it with whatever the stable coin your Bybit's using at the time instead of the Doge or whatever. If you're using
Okay,
Ondo, it's going to be like you spend $10 using your debit card, but it's going to spend 11 or $12 of your Ondo because they
because
the spread.
like they save you market price and
Exactly. Yeah,
yeah.
market price plus the spread.
Okay, okay.
So if Bitcoin could get back over 102,333-ish, then the boys might try to step in and make a little local reversal here on that, sitting on top of here. But that's going to be difficult right now. I'm going to sit on the sideline until we get a proper bounce on top of 102,500, something like that. I'll be right back.
Drew?
Morning, good afternoon, good evening. What's going on, team?
Oh, welcome.
What's up, mate? You're right.
Yeah, man, I had some difficulty in the neighborhood. I guess it was like some storm, and ever since last night, the cable company's been out there trying to fix shit. Not even my house. We're just suffering from it because it's on the same grid, I guess. They keep interrupting
You got wires
our
overhead
internet.
or in the ground over there?
It's still old school, man. There's still overhead.
Yeah, mine are too, man.
Overhead in a hurricane zone, just to add some spice. I'll do you even one worse. They haven't even like the city's, Miami's not a small city, but they haven't even finished replacing all the wooden poles. Like the way they do it here is when the wood pole goes down, then they'll put up the cement one. But everything's pre-built, right? So they can't. So wooden poles are being replaced in Miami. Wooden electrical poles are being replaced in Miami. One termite attack at a time, I guess. We had that move last night. We had our last W that we thought could possibly pop us out of our bearish channel. Didn't, right? Right back to the bottom of the range. I was in chat last night with you guys when this happened, but I wasn't on voice. We finally did break that bearish channel. Finally did take CME gap. Came down to that demand, did not hold. Right, so we're on step 2 of our drop here, which should bring us back to 100K retest, which in my opinion is the healthiest correction we could have. Meaning it'll correct without completely killing sentiment. Sentiment changes back underneath 100K. Yeah, it took them long enough, Senlos. Crazy China deal came through last night. We were looking at that too. I couldn't get on voice, but some of y'all were reading this shit all wrong last night. Let's hope it didn't cost anybody any money in the morning. What's going on, TM?
Yo, yo.
Good, Drew.
Chilling.
Needed you this morning, bro. I would have sent you out there to talk to the repair people.
Are you?
You would have got all litigious on there.
No,
True.
Yeah, bro. Somebody in the
Everybody does,
neighborhood, I guess somebody's tree in the neighborhood screwed some shit up, and my shit has just been on and off all morning, bro. Then they're like, well, we don't worry, we're gonna get part of the service back up soon. So they did, right? But my upload was at like 3, so I couldn't stream. It's like I got internet, but I can't stream. I was pissed, bro.
Was your power out for a while though?
Nah, it wasn't the power, it was the damn cable.
Or just the internet cable?
Yeah.
Well, usually, I mean, what I was able to do, my internet went down. At least get your money back for the time it was down.
I talked to them already. They said that Xfinity's crazy, bro. They're like, yeah, we'll prorate you, no problem, but you've got to be without service for a full 24 hours. Bro, if I'm without service for a full 24 hours, you're talking to a legal team. You're not talking to me.
Yeah, for real.
24 hours.
Was your data working on your phone?
Yeah, my phone was, but I had to, connect to my cell network.
Yeah, so you think technically, I mean, just like on a naked chart, that 97,500, 97,400 previous resistance from May 2nd, or no, May 2nd, May 3rd, that could be like a strong retest if we're able to get down that low.
I mean, if we retest 100K, I could see us wicking down to 99.3. But until that breaks, we gotta sort of be careful with anything lower. But yeah, your 800 EMA is at 97.6. So if that doesn't hold, your next logical stop would be your 800 EMA. So that's like the gap right where we broke out from that bull flag. But 100K is really strong psychological, so we can't sleep on that.
Yeah, because that area was resistance twice, like right on May 2nd, and then we got rejected off it on May 7th also. That same area, that 97,500.
I would have to assume that there's a lot of people sort of waiting for Bitcoin to have a 9 in front of it again.
900,000.
Guys, I don't know if you've seen the news. Hamas releases last living American hostage.
Okay, nice.
Hamas is releasing hostages right now.
I might have some other hostages we don't even know of, but that's a different story.
Oh, today is the SEC Crypto Roundtable also. Tom is actually watching it live right now. The roundtable for the SEC Crypto Roundtable.
Perfect data dump.
Wasted words, bro. They're not gonna give us anything juicy out of there.
Remember Trump last time was like, I heard Bitcoin, some people, I heard it's good to hold and sometimes good to sell or something like that. Like he didn't know what to say. He's like, it's good to hold or good to sell.
I mean, it's better than those congressional roundtables that they've been having. At least, the last SEC roundtable we heard, they at least sounded like they knew what they were talking about, which was refreshing.
Oh, speaking of which, maybe I should keep an eye on that RSR during this meeting because that dude's from the SEC. Let's see.
BlackRock is speaking right now. A lot of
The round table started like an hour ago.
Yeah, I'm spent on for a minute.
The people on the round table, they look like they need a drink, or they look abused. I don't think these are people you want to see on TV. Like,
Damn, if I go all in right now on RSR on Coinbase, they'll give me 48% slippage. They're crazy.
You know what's crazy? What's crazy is how low funding rates are for the price that we're at. I was looking at that earlier. It is surprisingly cheap to hold a long trade right now for the price that we're at.
Don't be jinxing this stuff, cause I'm loving it. My swing trades are enjoying that.
Oh yeah, I'm down to go down all the way to 47K, baby.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Sinlos.
Man, I thought you were just about to say that's what I was thinking, Drew.
No.
I was gonna say, oh, we've got a problem if Dbloc saying this as well.
No.
Oh my god.
Do you know we do got to
Yo,
put
put
wood,
it this
man.
way. I know I like to keep a calm demeanor, but if I really thought we were going to 47, there would be a lot more stress in my voice right now.
Yeah. I would hope so.
Yeah, so here they got the Mesos FUD coming out, and what else? With the thing, it's getting kind of crazy with all these radars going down with American airports. There's something up with that, man. It's like one after another. Atlanta just went down, New York went down, and New York went down before that. Something's going on.
bro, my girl's a doctor, right? She's a onco-surgeon, so she's a cancer surgeon. One of her friends, her dad took a vacation to the US just 2 weeks ago. Came back in a casket. Bird flu is in the US right now. And they're keeping it under wraps, but she told me she's under NDA, but like because she was part of the team trying to figure out what happened to the dad.
Why are you blowing
So
up
it's
her
going
spot if she was NDA and you're saying she told you? Damn.
Bro, that's not true. They're not trying to keep it on the down low. That's been going around for like the last couple months.
it's super
Yeah,
solid. Like,
it's
dude,
been a
like he
little
was just
longer
on
than
vacation
that.
for 2 weeks. Came back in a casket, man.
I'll tell you something that one of my homeboys, his girl is infectious disease doctor. She said something the
Yeah.
other day. Well, it was around COVID time. It's kind of freaky. She said these things don't go away. Once they're here, they don't go away. They become controllable. They pop up. There's flare-ups that they're constantly running to, hotspots that they're constantly going to try to shut things down. But if they were to release all of that on the news every day, people would panic. But these
Yeah,
things
that's what she told me.
don't go away. She was the first one to tell me that there will be a COVID season, just like a flu season now.
COVID season? That's crazy.
Yeah, like will be a time during the year where it pops back up. It'll never go away, and it'll just be the sort of thing where you get used to it. You know.
That makes sense.
COVID's the new flu, in my opinion. It's just the new flu.
Yeah, I'm
It's
just glad
just
they don't
part
got.
of it.
I'm just glad they don't got AIDS season. I'm like, that's a little too much, man.
If
Oh
you
my
go
god.
to certain countries, they definitely do have those seasons.
It's a good example of what I'm saying. That shit doesn't go away. You just stop hearing about it because treatments get better, and you know what I mean.
Normalized.
Big sales coming in. Big sales coming in.
Let him come. Let him come. I'm just on one trade right now. I'm shorting ETH. Sorry, two trades. ETH and Bitcoin. Low leverage. Go.
That's not necessarily true, Curl, but I hope you never have to find out.
I think I'm eyeing out my next trade. Might have to go into my old love that blessed me up. Oh, little dozy doze. Might have to start giving Doge some love in a little bit.
Tape is lit up like a Christmas tree.
Rastaman vibrations, yeah.
Positive.
Did you see the entire panel for the SEC crypto roundtable? It doesn't look like they're too excited to be there.
It was like the last time when they're at the White House, they're all looking at their phones because they knew, we're about to dip. They're all talking to each other like, so guys, we're gonna have another bearish 2-3 weeks, huh?
Bro, when Johnny, what's his name? Johnny Rinch or Royce, whatever. He, as soon as he said we all get too bullish, everything started dropping.
Looks like the sell pressure is accelerating.
Every level we go breaks a level of FOMO. Right up here, we had enough FOMO to keep people from selling, but not necessarily enough to make them buy. As we go breaking these levels, that will to hold gets less and less.
Drop it, drop it, drop it.
Yeah, I agree with you, ZB. A lot of this has been just icing on the cake.
Hey D, when you get a minute, would you give me a TA on XRP?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
I got you on some TA on XRP. XRP is gonna follow Bitcoin. Bang, there's your TA.
CZ, this isn't a huge dump, bro. And we've been talking about it dumping for the past 3 days, so it's nothing to be surprised about. And you, sir, should not be surprised about anything. You're supposed to know all of these things, CZ. Act like you didn't dump a bunch of Bitcoin on Binance today.
For real.
So can we say wherever this bottoms, this drop would be that higher low we're looking for?
I mean, even 100K would be a really higher low. You'd kind of want something deeper than that, but we'll see what we can get. Beggars can't be choosers here.
Right.
So I'm saying that 97,500 is looking kind of tasty.
Just remember that at 100K, it's the psychological that's holding us. That's it. No real technical reason, but a huge psychological reason.
There's a bunch of liquidity all the way down, so that's a lot of fuel. So we gotta be holding it. Gotta hold somewhere.
Yeah, we're about to hit the 50 EMA on the 4 hour. And we're on the 382 right now. So this might be our first relief. Also, we have to see though. Yeah, we just hit the 382. 101,000. 101,100. Let's see.
I think there's still some Bitcoin to be dumped here.
Yeah. 618, the golden pocket, the range for the golden pocket's pretty big. It's nice also. I mean, like, the 618 is a 98,174. I think it's near your price, Drew.
Meow. All right, that was a sign. I heard a dog bark.
I forgot my mic open. It was my dog. Who lets the dogs out? Who? I know, Drew, when you say I'm coming back, where you go.
Back to the dog. Because I know Elon's almost finished with his money transmitter licenses. I have to look that up to see exactly how many states he got. But I think once he gets close to number 50, we might see something Doge related on X. Maybe Doge related on Tesla. Who knows? But that's that long lost dream when we used to have the pipe dreams of Tesla and Doge being in unison, something happening. Is it just a dream? Can it be real? We shall see. Man, this is a dangerous area to jump in. My fingers on the trigger, though. It's not dangerous for
Go,
somebody fading in and out, but if you're swinging, hold back.
go for a long view.
Well, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to jump in for a spot trade right now, but I'm just waiting to see. I want to see some kind of action on Bitcoin to get at least some kind of bullish engulfing on at least like a 5 or 15.
Just take a look at FSLR. Frank, Sam, Laura, Robert. It's a solar company.
Say again, what's the name?
FSLR.
Man, you probably
Frank-
want to make sure you're clear that that's a stock, not a crypto.
Yeah, it's a stock. It just fell from 154 to 143. I'm buying at 144.
Bitcoin just got some more sells right here. Just fell through that local support.
Wow, those are some big 5-minute candles.
Uh-huh.
Drop it.
I think they reported earnings. Way off. I'm putting 30,000 in it. Okay, I'm in at 144.30. And I just sold it. 145.58. And that's called scalp. That was a nice little profit. And anyone else that got in, they made more than I did.
For you, bro. You earned it.
I try. I try. We're up 600% on NXTT. No leverage. I'm buying more FSLR. 146. Sold some at 147. 11. I'll just keep buying on the way up, selling every dollar. That would have netted you 4% since we've been talking. Apple made a nice recovery after the dip. NVIDIA hitting the high of the day, 122.86.
Yeah, Nvidia hasn't been up there in a little while. I sold out Friday at 118,
Right.
so I'm a bit mad that it's up, but it's
Don't be
okay.
mad. Buy more.
Yeah.
Nothing
Bitcoin.
wrong with these. Nothing wrong
Well,
with
I
these.
mean, if I jump back into Nvidia, I'm gonna wait till it gets back down to the $100 mark because it likes it.
It's
Looks
not gonna
like it
happen.
likes to reverse at $100
To
roughly.
100?
Yeah, like
To
99,
100?
between 99 and 104, it likes to reverse, I've noticed.
Okay. Well, when it gets down to 100, it likes to reverse because it's worth a lot more than that. But we're not going to see 100 again.
Oh, you don't think so, huh?
No, no, no. I've been trading this thing since it was 60 cents.
Very cool.
So Bitcoin broke that other local and it tested 101. Actually touched 100,900. So the bears are picking up strength, it seems like.
Yeah, I'm checking out XRP right now. If it goes back down to $2.40, I may put a little into it and see what's gonna do.
Hertz is up 2.23% for the day. There's a company that's supposed to have gone bankrupt 10 times already.
Big sales coming in, big sales coming in.
I sold DEVS. That was a nice winner, 50%. Oh,
We're getting more sales on the board here on Bitcoin.
okay, I think that's a run on FSLR 147.24. Seems to have hit resistance. And I'm out of the position. No, 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 I was wrong. Gonna go to probably back to 150. So you had an 8% move in 2 minutes. When was the last time Bitcoin did that in 2 minutes?
Yeah, XRP is fighting right now too. It just literally moved from 243 to 246 in 1 second.
About Micron, MU.
Yeah, there's still some sell pressure coming in on Bitcoin. See a little bit of buys lighting up the order book.
All right,
Seems
I'm
like
back.
they're not.
Yeah, we're at that 800 we were talking about earlier. A little bit
Power
more. I
hour
think we
8:30.
tacked this 100K.
They're trying to fool me, man. Play with me.
Yeah, I'm not getting in yet.
Foolie, you said you wanted me to look at XRP, right?
Yeah, when you get a chance, bro.
No, I got you. I just got caught up.
It just bounced from the 200 MA perfectly on the 1 hour.
Yeah, I saw that. It didn't give me my $2.40, man.
XRP gets above 250 and you're gonna see $3 in short form. I'm just going after this vector here. Retesting the break. Oh, you don't want to lose. You don't want to lose this range here if you're looking for a continuation. Right, so far everything looks good. Saved yourself that nastiness from, you know, earlier and put in a really nice higher low fractal here that you're just now starting to break. Yeah. First things first, this vector. And then you can start looking at higher into the threes. But it's all going to come down to where we land here. I mean, you've wicked above support. This is what we want to see, but you want to get closes up here. And then you want to see us start pulling away. And retested that 50 perfectly on the hourly. Let's see what it's looking like on its daily. These are the larger corrections. Like, not necessarily what we're getting now, but these are the larger corrections that we're looking for. Down to the 50 EMA. Either price goes sideways and the 50 pumps the price, but if we stall out for too long, which is what we don't want to do here, if we stall out for too long, we're going to roll over. And it looks like you're wicking underneath resistance on the daily. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I gotcha.
But you're right. I mean, on lower time frames, it's still savable. Right? Lower time frames, if this stopping volume candle holds, you could easily build out and go grab this vector to 3.
Oh, that would be super nice. That would be super nice.
I mean, we had full vector recovery here, right? This vector was already recovered. This vector was recovered. These are the vectors that were left. That's what they came down for. Market makers stopped volume. So a lot of this is going to depend on sort of retail jumping in on these signals, but if Bitcoin could maybe find the bottom already, that's a nice reaction off the 800. Then XRP stands a better chance. I think alts on the daily want to come back to their 50 EMAs. I think there could be enough FOMO in some alts to keep that from happening, but I think most alts are going to make that trip. Once Bitcoin settles here and finds the bottom, we'll We'll look at some alts. Yeah, the 800 EMA on the 15-minute is gonna be the 200 EMA on hourly. The same EMA. Good, man. Good. I'll take that. I'll take the blame for that. Yeah, I'll look at STX. I bought some STX the other day when I saw that Sui news. Sui and STX partnership to bring Bitcoin, native Bitcoin staking onto Sui rails. Don't forget about Cardano too. Cardano's also providing layer 2 support for Bitcoin. It hasn't gone live yet, from what I understand. My thesis this whole time when it comes to BRC20s, you know, Bitcoin ecosystem coins, is that these maxis, they've never, like, a true Bitcoin maxi has never really got to enjoy a bull market the way that you do when you rotate into alts, because they don't rotate into alts. If you take them to their word, they would not touch an alt, right? But these BRC20s are on the Bitcoin blockchain, right? So it's like they don't look at them as alts. So I'm waiting to see. This will be the first year where we get to see a rotation from cash-rich Bitcoin whales into hopefully BRC20s. But if you just look at the performance of stacks, it's one of the only new layer 2s that outperform Bitcoin. Shit, one of the only new or old layer 2s that outperform Bitcoin. Easy. They're the coins on the Bitcoin chain, like your Sats, Rats, Stacks. It was a really the narrative was a lot hotter at the beginning of the bull market. It sort of died down but I like dead narratives. Man, it's not the narrative isn't dead. The attention on the narrative is dead. Yeah, like ordinals. Yeah, very similar idea to what I'm talking about, Adrian. My thesis was like, okay, if I'm gonna be in something, it's gotta outperform Bitcoin, right? And the memes on Bitcoin outperform Bitcoin 5x to 10x depending on market cap. Just like I've been telling you for all blockchains. Whatever blockchain you look at the top 2 meme coins on that blockchain, and they've outperformed the blockchain itself by 5 to 10x. So for me, the safe meme coin strategy is go for high market cap meme coins as a beta play for multiples on the blockchain itself. Like, they tend to capture the most liquidity. Yeah, STXs. I know it probably sounds
It's
crazy to meme coin guys, but whenever they're like, "Oh no, that's market cap is too high. I don't want anything to do with that." I'm like, "Let me in. I'll take it." For me, it gives you the volatility of memes with rug-proof protection. I mean, not that anything is rug-proof, but one would assume that the likelihood of the top 1 and 2 market cap, and I'm not talking about Trump goes up to 1 million market cap in one day and it becomes no. I mean the ones that have been there and sustained it, not just temporary market caps or not just overinflated market caps, but we know the ones, the whiffs, the Pepes, the dog with hats, the bonks, the Toshis, and Brett to a certain extent too. Maybe less so. But yeah, the further away from safety you go, ROI gets higher, but it's a give or take. You got to decide what's right for you. Yeah, I got you, Jim, bro. Give me a second. I'll send you a link to the free section, and then you just got to verify. And there's a $50 one-time fee if you want to join us for full access. I'm not trying to crack anybody over the head. Just enough to keep trolls and bots out. Well, the whole thing is the paid section, late, and everything was so bad that I just opened the entire Discord up for free. Cause I wasn't even though it's just $50, bro. Everybody was upside down and underwater, and I don't like gatekeeping shit at times when people need it. You know what I mean? So I would like just put an extension on it. But everybody's good now, or for the most part, back up from underwater. And we're about to start getting an influx of brand new people, which is going to bring bots and is going to bring scammers. So, yeah, we're getting close to the time where we're going to make the switch. The free section will just have free chat, free voice chat, free text chat, and the rules. Everything else will be in the paid section. And YouTube is free. Yeah. That subscribe button on YouTube is 100% free. There's a WAP store link. If you go to Cypher Family Rolls, I think they let you pay with card, PayPal, Cash App. You could always just hit me up directly if you want to pay with like crypto or something that's more convenient. But doing it through the store makes it automatic, right? The bot will send you your roll and yeah, it's a store that Discord channels use basically. There's a link there. It'll send you to the Cypher Family store. There's only one thing for sale. It's just the one-time payment. It's just a way to do it automatically. They've got it set up to where there's a bot inside the Discord, and then I get a list of people that paid, so it's convenient.
gonna shoot you a DM real quick. D.
Yeah, man. If you're already in the Discord, if you're already in the free Discord, this link will get you your Cypher family role. But yeah, inside of it, you'll find everything. I think they're messing with the internet again. I'm getting some issues here. Hold on, give me a second. You might get a little bit of buffering. I'm gonna try to reset OBS. Nah, I don't want to. I don't want people to get into the habit of scanning QR codes. That's why I wouldn't have a QR code. I know it's convenient, but bro, the amount of people that I see walking around in the street in real life just pointing their phone at QR codes, I just want to run up and slap that shit out of their hands, but I can't. Yeah, Galactic. If you've server boosted and you have a server booster role, you'll get you don't have to pay for it. You've already given to the cause, so you'll get your role. I'll go down the list and I'll see if there's any server boosters that didn't get it. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the stream right now. They're still working in the neighborhood. We might get cut off again. Bro, you have no idea. Especially during times where it's like Bitcoin convention down here. Or you go to somewhere like Wynwood or South Beach where all the parties are, and all these meme coins. It's like every QR code you see is crypto related. And these people are just walking around with their phones, just snatching everything. Sleeper, a lot of people have been here for a long time, bro. If I have to start going individually to see, you know what I mean, who's been here for a certain amount of years, and people change their names, and then people right on the other side of the cutoff point are gonna feel away. I gotta be fair about it. And it's only $50. I mean, if I haven't provided $50 worth of value in 4 years, then I'm doing something wrong.
I mean, bro, you provide like $50 worth of value like every damn day that you're on here. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Appreciate it. And like I
I mean,
said,
because it's because you walk everybody through it, you know, and you're full of the explanation aspect of it. That's what just makes your TA different, you know.
Appreciate that.
He could be charging like $100 per TA, really.
Yeah. It's like I said, it's not. This isn't meant to be extractionary. Like, you know, I hate all of that shit. These guys with their $2,000 courses or $130 a month subscriptions. Even a $50 a month subscription to me is obscene, and I know it's just $50, but Yeah, the OG rolls will definitely be going out. Now, if you've been here for a while, you will 1000% have an OG roll. And that's going to come with OG only streams. And we're going to have, I'm going to be very mindful to make sure that people that have been here for a long time don't feel overwhelmed when brand new people come in when we get the swarm. So we'll definitely have like OG only streams and events.
Shout
That
out to
OG
OGs.
OG role, is that going to include those of us who came over from that other server?
Yeah, you guys know if you're OG. If you were with me before I even had a
Okay,
channel,
yeah. Yeah.
you know.
I mean,
We are
I
OG
ended up,
from the
I
day
paid
one.
more to be in that other server, which hasn't taught me a tenth of what I've learned since I've been in yours, you know? That was just crazy over there, man. That was
Yeah,
just crazy.
yeah. Trying to not to let it get to that is one of my main goals in life. So, as the sort of what not to do, you know.
Buddy, your mic.
Buddy.
It's going to 40K, man.
Yeah, man, I saw something interesting though, man. Even though I shouldn't be talking bullish right now, I've been looking at these like top 50 law firms, top 100 law firms, because I'm filing for a new case. And now I'm looking at like the cream of the crop, like the big boys. And I'd say about 80% of them, like their splash pages, when you get on, it's all crypto related stuff. Like, is your business trying to get in crypto regulation friendly? This and that and this. Like 70 to 80% of them, like their splash pages have to do with like blockchain or crypto friendly things that legal applications are going to have to consider. It's getting interesting, man.
Crazy.
Because now if you got law firms talking like that, because that's the first step. I think that's kind of like, you say what's that bird in the coal mine you always talk
The
about?
canary.
Dbloc? Yeah, canary in the coal mine. It seems to me like that could be like the law firms if they're prepping institutions to get crypto friendly right now, and they're that buffer. Like they got all these nerds now working on in the law firms that don't know too many laws, but they know like blockchain law. They know code. They know how these applications run. So they have to work hand in hand with these lawyers right now. And it's it's getting interesting because if these companies are getting blockchain friendly, it's going to be a whole new era we're stepping into.
Interesting buys coming in here. Yeah, there's gonna be a push for regulation, bro, because there's just so many holes right now that these bank lawyers are gonna tear this shit apart.
I really think it's going to be like we just saw a microism of it's going to be like shitcoin heaven, but with like the real world, like all these RWAs. I think every company is going to be able to allow to tokenize itself. So the dollar still has its strength somehow because that's going to be like the stable coin to all these RWAs, whatever the digital dollar the federal government issues, whether it has to do a central bank or not. I think it's going to be a digital dollar, and that is going to like kind of just streamline everything and just kind of make it next level. And all these companies are going to
Yeah.
have fair game to tokenize themselves. Like, okay, now we can mint our own chips, and we can tell the public they can decide what it's worth. Wow, let's do it.
Watch this retest of the support break here, guys. And we haven't tested it. Same way as if we were looking at this inverted and we broke out, we'd be looking to retest and continue. Watch for that retest. You asked what pattern got that second arrow. It was the break of support. If we were to break this support range right here, we had vector gaps here and we had another vector gap underneath. So it wasn't a pattern measured move. It was just a move through the gap that was left and a target of the psychological.
Is this the pullback we've been waiting for?
We'll see, man. We'll see. It could be a short-term corrective pullback to 100K just to test the psychological, and then we could still have another leg. Or it could be the deeper pullback to grab, liquidity. But we're right around the test. Psychology changes completely once you put a 9 in front of Bitcoin here. Not that it makes a huge difference, but for people it will. It would be easier for people to sell their Bitcoin. They'll start to have dreams of getting cheaper. Twitter will start talking about 79.
Hey there, Dbloc. So you're still expecting a pullback?
We're right at the cusp of finding out if this bullish sort of momentum is going to be done. Right, we finally broke that bearish channel, which we needed to do, but then we broke support. So target for me is 100K. We did hit the 800 EMA on the 15, the 200 on the hourly. So it not being a technical target, meaning there's no measured move that takes you right to 100K, it'd be strictly to test the psychology. We could hold on that 8. Waiting for a retest here.
Yeah, he has a storm in his area or something like that.
My back.
You're good now. Yeah, you were roboting
Bro, I'm
for a
gonna
little bit.
start snitching on all the people in my neighborhood whose trees are getting too big. I can't keep doing this every time somebody lets their tree get too big and it gets blown over onto some cables. Like, my neighborhood is crazy with massive mango trees. Start calling them electric company myself, like, hey, this one's getting a little top heavy. I'm do some preemptive.
You just got to find. You got to just figure out what the liability would be. Be like, all right, this could follow my grandma or something. So if you guys don't come here, it's because the bill's going to be on you.
No, it's not. The house that caused this was like 7 houses away. It's on a whole different block. We just happen to be on the same, I guess, grid or whatever.
Well, you could call me and say, hey, I see kids riding a bike over there, and if one of these kids get hit by that tree when it falls over, it's going to be your liability, and you'll see they'll come over. Once you hear that word liability and like someone could get hurt, they check it out usually.
Butthead, what are your upload speeds on Starlink? I need to go figure out what Kai Cenat got. This shit never goes down. Nah, it's like I was saying though, it's the infrastructure of this neighborhood is still, a lot of these things are still up on wooden poles.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, most of the U.S. is still up on wooden poles.
Crazy. The city's so big that they can't just they can't shut everything down to replace, right? So what happens is they just do it as needed. So every once in a while, the termites termite gets to it, car runs into it, mango tree falls on it, whatever, and then they'll put up a cement one.
Oh, here they don't even replace it with cement. They just replace it with another, like, fresher wood one.
Nah, at least they're replacing them with cement ones, but
they give it like a cement base, but still it has a wooden post.
it should settle up, guys. It should just
Should I go all in right now?
change the stream. No, I didn't mean the price. I meant the buffering. To change the name of the stream to expect buffering.
You got some big buys loaded up in the chamber.
If you can get back above, and let's get rid of this, because honestly, the only support that matters here is right here. So if you can get back above and hold, then yeah, this is it. Gotta wait for confirmation because this is also necessary for a bearish retest. Remember, you got your 50 EMA right here.
I feel much more comfortable getting it at 97,500, but let's see what happens here.
Nah, Sean, we just broke some support. You know what speeds you're getting though, Butthead? I just want to compare it. I know Gloomy got Starlink too, I believe. I don't know if he uses it as his main.
I use Starlink.
What are you
Let me check
getting
my
for your upload speed? Oh, did I not see it? Hold on. Oh, okay. 40, 440. 40 is all right.
I say Bitcoin's rounding off on this 1 minute.
I'm going to do a speed test real quick. It's probably going to be all over the place right now because of what's going on. I can tell right away I'm getting half of the download speed I'm supposed to be getting, but the upload speed's more important for the stream.
I only see the download speed. How do I test the upload speed?
I usually just go to like speedtest.net. See, I'm
Exactly
only
what I
getting
was gonna
30.
say. Reliable.
I'm only getting 33 up right now, and I can
Ookla.
tell because my bit rate is fluctuating all over the place. I think it's great though for vehicles. Starlink and the Sprinter. You know, have a little mobile trading station and just go wherever you want.
Well, even at home, it's good because you don't have to pay every month. You could just pay when you turn it on, and you pay per. It's not like you have to pay for that whole month. So you can just leave it off, and if you have
Yeah,
an emergency,
52 down and 27 up.
Yeah, that would be kind of sketchy for streaming. For a main connection, if you were to want to stream, you'd be pushing it.
but it's definitely good for backup.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for 90% of what people do online, I would imagine.
But like even streaming backup, if you want to do low res.
Yeah, when all my
streaming,
kids are
backup.
home, we struggle. But that's our only option. The other satellite provider was awful.
So do
Yeah,
we have a rejection now on Bitcoin or not?
on the local, yeah. Yeah, rural America, it's terrible how many places there's like no reception, not even phone reception. You know, you could be out in the middle of anywhere and you have an emergency, and
No, that's true. Yeah.
terrible, man. 'Cause I've been driving a lot, especially in the Northeast, man. Around here in the Appalachians, there's like blackout zones that are just like just normal there. You know. So I think I'm gonna have to get that Starlink now that I'm thinking about it. While I still got a little profit in my pocket.
And no wonder my live stream was struggling. I'm at a 5, what is it? 5 megabytes per second, 4.56 megabyte per second upload. My download's at 98. I got a fast download and a crawling upload.
Yeah, you need to see what there's something up with. There's something wrong with that. You might want to check.
Is that your desktop or your cell phone?
It'll help you stream if you're streaming with
desktop.
that low of a upload. You just want to bring resolution down.
Test
like
test your mobile phone using your Wi-Fi as well, and see if you get different numbers, because it might be something else. That's always cross-reference it with your phone too.
I'm getting 467 down and 33 up, and that's horrible for what I usually get. I'm usually at least like 800 down and.
Do you check what you're getting on your phone through Wi-Fi?
I'm usually at 800 down and somewhere between 200, 250 up.
You also need to check your ping rate as well, because if the ping rate is high, definitely you get disturbance while streaming. So make sure your ping rate is also little less.
Yeah, my
Because the
ping
lower
rate is
it
going to
is,
be horrible right now. Watch, I guarantee you. I'm testing
yeah,
it as we speak.
yeah. If your ping rate is low, you're gonna get a smooth stream, and if your ping rate is high, definitely you're gonna get some disturbance in your streaming.
My ping rate's at 75 right now.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's too much.
Yep.
Imagine
Yeah,
though us talking like this 15 years ago, man, and like doing all these things while we're talking, and we're hearing our voice this clear,
Real
and we're able
time,
to like
complaining
with
about
the
internet
video,
connection, but broadcasting
wa-
across the world.
watching your video. I'm here zooming in on your video on my Discord while I got one on YouTube too. It's like, yo, man, we got it made.
Yeah, I'm
I
wired in
remember back.
galactic. Usually my ping rate's somewhere around 15 to 18.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I remember back in the days in 1995 when I first starting using the internet, and for one song that is around 3 megabytes, you have to wait around 4 hours, 5 hours
Yeah, I
minimum
remember
just to
with Winamp.
download it.
Were you using Winamp?
No, I was in Pakistan that time. I was using the ADCL modem. It's only 45 kbps speed.
Yeah, the good old days.
I remember
Yeah.
with them.
I remember used to back in 2000 and 2001-ish. I used to do web development, and when I would upload my HTMLs and my Javas and all that kind of stuff, man, on dial-up, the only time I could work was in the middle of the night while everybody was sleeping. It was so crazy.
That's man, the things you had to do just to do it, you know? Like people don't know how good they have it now.
Which, needless to say, put my biological clock like a night owl now. I can't, if for the life of me, get back to a daytime schedule. It's rough. Mornings for me are just so rough. I can't do them.
You gotta break night. That's the trick. You're gonna have to pick. You're gonna have to pick one of these nights and caffeine your way through the day, bro. And then at 8 o'clock.
That's what it does. Yeah, if I
Yeah.
pull like a 48 or 72 hour
No,
day,
not
then
that
I'll
much.
fix
Just,
myself.
Yeah. Just break cycle one night, and then the next day go to sleep at like 7, 8 o'clock, and sort of try to reset your shit. I'm talking to you, but I'm really talking to me, and my sleep cycle is completely screwed up.
Yeah, you're a vampire straight up, man.
No, my circadian rhythm is stepping on its toes. Like this thing is bumping into walls. No rhythm at all.
That's how I was when I was in New York, though, man. I'd wake up late, just like when all the traffic's done, all the noise is gone, and you can move around the city much easier. It's like there's no point just running around the city during the daytime. Might as well sleep all day.
It's the going to sleep at 5 and 6 in the morning, right? Like that's what it is. Because when you look at the hours slept, it's a normal. I don't even get 8 hours. but it just happens to be when the sun's up.
You
Bro,
guys
I
work,
have not slept 8
Blackout
hours
curtains,
in
bro.
decades.
and I was working at recording studios, so like I'd wake up at 4 p.m. That'd be normal because sessions would be late night. I'd sleep all day.
Yeah, I used to think about that shit too, TM. Have a mobile office on a jet and just stay in perpetual night, right? Just run from the sun. Nah, there's no way to test a false move, G, because we didn't have trap longs or trap shorts. So the false move is unconfirmable this week. We'll be able to look back on it though, you know, but without confirmation, it's best to just trade by momentum and liquidity. Blue contacts is crazy.
XRP's going horizontal. It's time for a giggle stick.
Looks like bitrate stabilized. All right, we listen and we don't judge time. How many of you guys have taken a screenshot of your portfolio in the last 48 hours and not taken profit? Just put a 1 in the chat if you screenshotted your portfolio in the last 24 hours. Galactic said -0.
I screenshot my short on Rondo on 240 USD dollars win, and now I am minus $70.
Oh no. Went the wrong way.
Yes. It's going down now again because I was minus 200. I was plus 240 after 200 minus, now minus 76.
It's crazy. All right, I was just trying to get a little eye on sentiment. My guess is those that screenshotted their portfolio were ones that took profit and bought dips. If you round tripped and did nothing, even though you're still feeling a lot better, you're probably not completely out of underwater yet. Especially if you didn't do any compounding down at the bottom. But you are seeing the rewards of sometimes just literally doing nothing. You know, sometimes the best thing to do when shit happens is to do nothing.
Got a little bit of sell pressure coming in here.
Super chat. Appreciate the super chat, Jay. I didn't hear the little AI agent go off. I wonder why it's not playing. Hold on.
Dump it, baby, dump it.
Big sales coming in. Big sales coming in.
Doge, appreciate the super chat, brother. Even though it's just a little dancey dance for Raveheart, I'll take it. And yeah, let's get these likes up, guys. We got 219 viewers and only 74 likes. We look like this price action. This is what the view count looks like on the price action. Putting in a lower high, threatening, taking out the bottoms.
Everybody in the chat, everybody who has subscribed to Dbloc, put a thumbs up in the chat. Anybody who doesn't,
We love you too. We love you too. It's okay. I'll win you over. Just stick around. If I don't, one of these guys will. You'll find somebody you like in here. Nice, Hector. Ballsy move, bro. By cash, I hope you mean like stables, though. I hope you didn't go to the bank with it.
Oh, I'm gonna have some shilling to do for you guys once I get in position. Some old school shilling. I'm digging up some dirt from back in the day. Yo, Elon, man, unless he was talking smack, things are about to happen, man. But he could be talking smack, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to get a lot of sort of Elon news coming up the closer to him leaving Doge. Zambrano, we have to watch 100K. 100K will give us a better idea on what's going to happen here. What you want to see is price drop, have a nice stopping volume candle, the beginning of a recovery at 100K in this range where this vector gap is underneath us. From 100, 400 to 99.8. But we'll see. We still have a chance to put in the right side of a W here. I don't like this for a bottom. You guys know I like to see that stopping volume candle, bullish engulfing. But technically, structurally, if you put in a higher low here, then you will have a W. I'd rather put in a stronger one, though. RH, click live on the stream. We had a problem with it a little while ago, but it should be fine now. You might just be behind. Nah, YouTube doesn't give you too much information on individual people. It'll like average it out, right? It'll be like the majority of people come and stay for this time, or 65% guys, whatever. Actually, it's way more. It's like 99.99999% guys. Let me see. Let's see what our percentage of women viewers are. %95 male, 4.9% women, 0.2% user specified. I mean, you guys remember signing up for YouTube and letting them know if you're a man or a woman, though? Like, I don't understand how they get those stats. I don't ever think I ever told YouTube I was a man.
Maybe Google your Gmail.
Like, whatever you use to connect to it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Damn, man. He's been assuming.
To buy here or not to buy? That is the question. Let's see. If Bitcoin breaks this local angular resistance, I might have to give it a shot here.
Well, we're at mean reversion, right? So this is an attempt to revert to the mean on the 50. We do have what is the beginning of a W forming. Like I said earlier, I don't consider it a very strong W, but it's a W nonetheless. A stronger W would be one with a stopping volume candle at the bottom. Somebody was just asking, Adrian. I'll let you know when I see it. But for right now, the main test is this 50 EMA, right? Do we get over this 50? Go down to the 1 minute. See, even on the 1 minute, we don't have a stopping volume candle. It's just like, eh.
Have a look at it. 30 minutes.
Yeah, higher time frame should have one because of that move up. But we'll just play it by momentum and confirmation. And this would be our invalidation as of now. Let's play. What you got, Biddy?
Just trying to break my little trend here. Come on.
Made short work of that CME gap. Didn't even hiccup at the CME gap. Went right through it like butter.
Yeah, like it was never there.
Hmm.
I had a short last night before I went to bed and I closed it because I chickened out, but it went up before it went down, so it's probably better that I did that. Like I
How
probably would have stopped out.
how aggressive would a chicken soundboard be? Because I kind of wanted to hit that bark, 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 bark.
I would love it. I have chickens and I would appreciate it. Like I wouldn't be mad.
I
I
just
did. I
feel like I
chickened
would
out.
get a lot of use out of that button. It's kind of trolly though.
Get a rooster going at like 3 a.m. and everybody's sleeping and it's silent in here and just throw a rooster crow in there.
Uh,
Right. We don't sleep here in this server.
There is always somebody here. Like you just say something and then we're like, hey, there's somebody listening.
Oh yeah, we got lurkers galore here.
They're global too though, so it's always, always the morning for somebody. Yeah, Sonny. Unless there's some technical difficulties, we're always on YouTube.
We're all in the same room, too. Remember people used to think that sometimes?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, these guys are streaming from one room.
Because we be like, we're going down to the basement. Or we're gonna go upstairs.
I'm like, yo, let's light up.
The basement was wild.
That'd be a crazy reality show, bro. A bunch of traders trapped in a house.
I mean, for real. Funny things that I witnessed on camera in the basement was just so funny, man.
I'll be right back, y'all.
I remember they did like an adult night one time in the basement, man, like after midnight, and it was getting crazy wild on the
We used to do that
cameras.
a few nights, man.
Yeah.
Looks like the bulls aren't really trying to push Bitcoin hard enough. I would imagine right here they'd want to step in, but I guess even market makers might want to just chill and relax and see where the retail wants to push this. But I'm thinking if we don't get over 102,000 soon, like within this oscillation, I think we're probably gonna go towards that 100K and pray. We're still looking at 97,500.
Yeah, XRP's just stalled itself out at 250, and I'm not seeing the volume. So I think they're trying to fully.
Yeah, it's Monday too. See, market's about to close. You might get a little push in markets close. But yeah, I'm staying on the sideline. I'll be right back. coming in. Big buys coming in. I just bought me a big bag of Doge.
Let's go. Yo, Doge kind of fucked me today, bro. My bad. Language.
Did you really buy a bag of Doge?
I bought a big bag of Doge.
Me too, but I mean, I bought it at 22. But I don't know, man.
I'm gonna be careful though. Like right now, if Bitcoin doesn't hold these levels, I'm letting it go. You know, I might dollar cost average it depending on how bad Bitcoin kind of breaks support levels. But it's risky. You know, it's definitely a risky position because I threw in a lot here.
Bro, I thought it was about to break out. I was playing the breakout, and then it just torpedoed me. I thought we were going to like 26, 27.
There's a little bit of talk of Doge ETFs. There's a little bit of things in circulation. And I was looking at some old footage from 2024, and Elon did say one day that Tesla's going to accept Doge to buy Teslas, which isn't going to give it much. It's just going to be more hype a little bit. But I'm thinking the X.com Doge incorporation is going to happen sometime sooner than later because he's getting all those money transmitter licenses. So who knows?
Yo,
What
were you the
targets
one
are you?
that found that Twitter store that like said that had like a meme about accepting Doge for payment?
Yeah, that wasn't too long ago. Yeah, the X store.
Yeah, what targets are you looking for? Doge.
$1, baby.
Realistically, though, really?
No, yeah. Locally, I'm looking for. Let me zoom out here. Locally, probably 29 cents, a little bit around, like probably 29. I'll look at the first major resistance, and then after 29 cents, maybe depending on what Bitcoin does, I'll just scalp it at 29 and hopefully buy it at like 27, 26 again, and then see if it can push back towards that 40 cents.
Okay, yeah, I was looking for 30, then 35, and then seeing what was gonna happen again from there. Cause we'll see. There's so many news coming out with X and stuff.
All right, now we hit another resistance on Bitcoin. Previous support we had at not too long ago. It's 102,400.
Why do you think Elon's been so quiet about Doge? Though? It's crazy.
It's the
At least-
calm before the storm, baby. The calm before the storm.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe because he's gonna incorporate this in some way, he doesn't want to, I guess, ruin the hype and just do it.
Yeah,
And then
right? Exactly.
Here we go.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Looks like the Bulls are still trying to push this. Can we make it out of this ditch? All we got to do is get over 102,800, and then we're out of the ditch. Doesn't mean we did a full reversal yet, but this little local dippy, we're almost out of it.
Yes.
Push it, push it,
Send
push
it,
it.
baby. Send it.
Big buys, big buys.
To the moon.
I don't know if it was the market maker, if just some buyers stepped in, but it looks like the Bulls are putting their money where their mouth is, and they're trying to get out of this ditch. If you zoom out, we'll see they're not in a ditch. You zoom in, it's a small ditch. Bulls have been winning.
Small ditch, big shovel.
Yep. Big tree, small axe. So at Doge, I'm looking at a resistance right here above its head at 23 cent, 23.2305. So just a little bit above 23. And that would be coinciding with Bitcoin at around 1029, 102,900-ish.
Push it, baby. Push it.
So on the smaller time frames right here, you might get a little retest to 102,400. That should be fine. But if you get back under 102,400, no good. The Bulls were not like that. So the Bulls must keep this above 102,400. You can do it, Bulls. I know you can.
Yo, hit up the Romanians.
Yeah, I'm about to hit them up, man. But they've been, blocking me a little bit. And, I've been hitting them up a little bit too much. So I got to take it easy on those calls.
Is everybody's Discord working correctly? Is it just my internet that's going out?
Yeah, mine's working fine, bro.
They're trying to stop you from bidding. Whenever there's like a move happening, I swear my internet just goes out for like a quick 3 seconds, and I come back and there's like a big move that just happened.
Yeah.
They're watching me, dude. I feel like they're always watching. China. China.
How much time before market close?
The stock market
About
closed.
15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, about
CME
15.
closed at 15.
I mean, stock market closed already in New York. It's 4:46 Eastern right now.
I was referring to futures. Futures will be ending in 15
okay.
minutes.
Uh-huh.
What time does futures close?
For an hour between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Looking to trap some people in some shorts.
And we're back to this boring price action, man. The weekend was so fun. And now they're gonna chop us up, I feel like.
XRP.
XRP's trapping you, thinking it's got some strength. I know this game, man. I know XRP. It always entices you like, oh, it's ready. But it ain't ready. It ain't ready.
I know it's like at the primo spot. You don't know what the hell to do. I swear they're about to dump this thing.
Bro, XRP's done this to me so many times. I'll like sell some bags off and I'm like, all right, it's time to ride the XRP pump. And then they just
Bro,
dump
every
them all.
time XRP get a rally, Bitcoin take a dump.
What if XRP causes the Bitcoin dump? The XRP rally makes Bitcoin mad. That's why
And the
I feel like
amazing thing is that they're also title locked at the same time. It's so wild, man.
Crazy. XRP hit 265 today, and then Bitcoin took a shit.
Yeah, XRP is 6.8% up. Bitcoin is minus 1% down.
The whole crypto roundtable today was about XRP and XLM, similar coins.
wait, what round two?
The SEC roundtable meeting they had today. It just ended about a half an hour ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It was mainly about XRP and XLM?
Well, the
All the
type of assets,
altcoins.
right? Type of assets they was talking about. Basically, they was talking about XRP, XLM, XDC, all of them. Basically, without saying their names.
But it was bullish stuff or was it like bearish stuff?
I mean, it was bullish. It was boring.
So let me tell you about. They were talking about tokenizing assets, like securities, tokenizing securities on the stock market.
That was the latter half of it.
You could have like instantly settled funds. Yeah, I only caught some of it.
And I hope we pump here, bro. I should have just sold. I should have taken the profits. Yeah, I was up when that whole Besant conference happened, and I didn't take profits on that conference, man. I was like, oh, we're gonna rally into the stock market open, and we just dumped. It was the most ridiculous thing. I was like, oh, this is gonna be a great day.
Yep. They got me too.
Because it was at 3 in the morning. I was like, 3 in the morning? Oh, no one knows about this. Meaning, like, I thought, like, once the stock market opens, boom, we're gonna hit it. Bitcoin's gonna rip to an all-time high. And then they just trapped me, man. They trapped everybody. I got trapped hardcore, man. That's what I was saying. Doge really did a number on me. Cause I was like, yo, Doge is gonna run here. And it's
Yep.
just not.
I was in the same boat. I didn't take profits.
Yeah, I didn't take profits, and then I added to more position, thinking about to break out.
Well, it's never too late to get back in Doge. Let's go, baby. Rockets, rockets, rockets.
I'm in 22.
I want you to open your long position in BTC and just do the rocket stuff out here and send it to Moon Man.
Let's go to Moonland. Let's go. All these bears are going back in the woods right now. The boys are coming back up. They're sharpening up their horns. They smell blood. They're coming to
Yeah,
get it.
baby.
I'll be right back. I'm all in Doge.
There we go. There we go.
Oh,
Send it,
800.
baby. Send it. 103.4.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Jumped in at XRP, $2.53. Currently holding well. See what happens. May jump out. Jumped back out of XRP. XRP, you broke my heart.
It's trying to hold this 252. It's
I'm doubling down on my Doge position right here.
China.
Go grill me up some burgers. I'll be back. Good luck, guys.
Bon appetit.
Anybody trading bubble maps? BMT?
Negative. Yeah, we got a CPI tomorrow too. Got some data. I just thought about that actually. It may actually dump the market. All right. Get that, fill that gap, bad data, and then see what happens.
102, 400, baby. We lost it.
You can call me crazy, but I'm buying more Doge right here because I'm loco.
I'm all in with you.
Man, we're all in. Come on.
That's just a retest of the support resistance.
Hey, if anybody wants to look at bubble maps, BMT looks kind of juicy right here. Not financial advice.
Yeah, we're bouncing.
There we go. There we go, baby. They're saying the stock market recovered from the Liberation Day thing.
They're saying what?
The stock market has recovered from Liberation Day.
Nope.
Hey, Drew, so you're waiting for 29 to be able to get out of Doge, or you just copying 29?
Man, you can call me crazy. I'm in the trenches right now. I'm in every chat I know. I'm showing this one chart that it looks like a BTC Doge reversal pattern. Last time we went 30,000% when we did it. So I'm just dropping this chart everywhere. And I'm just showing the hell out of Doge. I'm doing my duty. I'm running 3 nodes right now. You know how we do. So I'm going to be riding this bad boy. If I see any signs of weakness, I'm going to bail. But I'm looking for 29 at least. I'm about to go full throttle on my show. Like I'm going deep in the trenches. Telling all these people to get out of their poop coins. Get back with the real deal. The OG meme. I'll be back.
I'm all in with Drew. We'll see.
If we lose that 200 EMA on the 5 minute, or rather for 1 minute, I'm gonna assume it might want to do a double bottom at 100K.
And we know Elon's got to do something with Tesla and Doge and X.com with Doge. I mean, the writing's on the wall. It's just when is the question, and people lose their patience. I've lost my patience, but now, I'm like, all right, since nothing happened since I was playing around with other coins, we are closer to that time since a lot of time has passed, and the thresholds only gets closer and closer. So I'm just thinking right now I want to be exposed in case something pops off, whether it's with Tesla or X.com. The same hopium I had 3 years ago, I'm going to reignite that hopium and see if something happens. Imagine if Elon puts a Doge logo on X.com again. If he
To the
replaces
moon, baby. To the moon.
Imagine, even if it's a quick pump, imagine the kind of pump you get if people just say that it's going to be exclusive Doge payments on Twitter, and everyone that's getting paid right now on Twitter is going to be getting paid with Doge. Got to be careful though after that, because when people get their pay, some people might not be fans of Doge and they might dump as soon as they get paid. But the news will pump it so hard that it wouldn't even matter if they dumped, and they're probably going to be pissed that they dumped.
Yeah.
Don't let me get warmed up with my Doge show, and Dbloc's going to get on. He's like, all right, Drew, that's enough. I'll be right back.
Yo, breaking news: Coinbase to replace Discover Financial in the S&P. No reaction from Bitcoin. Bitcoin don't care about Coinbase.
Yeah, if you look at Doge monthly RSI, actually a lot of alt our monthly RSIs are looking pretty good. To tell you the truth. Bullish cross, downtrend breakout on the macro. I'm looking at Twitter. Everyone's like Dogecoin at $10. So I'm like, I don't know. I say $1 first, but
Let's get over 30 first, and then we'll talk about $10.
yeah, right. 30 cents.
Yeah, right.
30 cents. But yeah, if you put a logarithmic, chart right now and compare it to Bitcoin and see what happened last time we had this setup, including the RSI setup and everything else, that's when Doge pumped like 29,000, 30,000%.
I sure hope so. Sure hope
So
so.
go on Twitter and just search Doge and hit top and just see some of the top charts that people are talking about, like within the last 2 days, and you'll see there's some interesting charts up there.
Yeah, I've been reposting all of them. My Twitter is just Doge now.
Nice. Yeah, the way I'm looking at it, it's probably going to get its first rejection at 0.286, around there. If we stay bullish and if Bitcoin can hold this 100K, we'll say 0.286, slight rejection. From there, retrace back down to 0.268, 0.27, and then start chopping away at the 30-cent resistance.
What's up, everybody? How are you, Drew?
What's up, Juicy? How you doing?
You mentioning Doge?
Yeah, I'm back into my long lost.
Hey, you know, Bitcoin didn't care about
All right, I
95
just
K
got
on the way up. So I'm not sure it's gonna care about 30 cent on the way up.
Yeah, let's see. Hold on, I got a phone call. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. I had a phone call. But yeah, as you see, I'm back in.
You chose meme sector.
Well, right now, I don't know. I'm looking for something that doesn't have too much slippage on Coinbase besides Bitcoin and Ethereum. And also, the thing is, I've been just searching Twitter and seeing what's going on. I've been seeing a lot of these charts that have interesting breakout scenario that kind of the last previous breakout that Doge had, the Bitcoin Doge that pair is looking pretty much primed and ready to go. Same thing with the monthly RSIs. So I'm just hoping that maybe, we had this hopium for the last 3-4 years, that Elon does something and either incorporates something with X.com or with Tesla. And I think that could be a nice enough catalyst to actually get Doge to get new all-time highs. But, I'm biased and I'm all
Yeah.
in.
Well, speculation makes altcoins rise. In particular, something like Dogecoin becoming useful would make it rise. The thing is, as soon as it's useful, it will likely resume its downtrend.
Yeah, depending on what kind of mechanism
So,
they put.
if you're really a Doge bull, you might not want it to become useful.
Well, I think if it gets to a level, right, like let's say it gets to around $1, and that's when the adoption really happens. If there's a mechanism in play that I think Elon would probably think of, that he wouldn't want those to be that volatile once it's being used for things like purchasing vehicles and being used for payments on Twitter. And if he's reimbursing his users for all of their interactions on Twitter with something like Dogecoin, I agree. It's users are going to sell if they get rewarded Doge. But there might be some kind of counter mechanism that I think Elon's smart enough to think of to be able to create some kind of stability and maybe peg it to some real world asset and create like a RWA counterpart of Doge. Who knows? There's many kind of options. Imagine if he just decided to say, hey, Doge is going to be my RWA for Twitter. And instead of people buying shares on the stock market, if you guys want a piece of Twitter, you guys have to buy some Doge. He might be able to do that because right now, with this new chair of SEC in the United States, they're trying to blend things that are securities and not securities. They even want exchanges to be able to do that, to be able to have non-securities and securities in one exchange. So, you know, a lot of this business that people want to do, they have to go overseas to do it. So this new chairman, he knows that they need to get business back in America. So they're like, hey, man, let's just open up shop and let people go to town, you know? So I think things are going to get interesting.
Well, there's only 2 hours left for the daily close now, and this 12th May is gonna be very tiny red candle. I'm a bit disappointed, to be honest.
Wait, 12th May was your favorite time? I remember it's like a main part of your chart that you always use for reference.
Yeah, it's just crystal ball stuff, but it's supposed to give me a good buy. Well, I don't know if 100K is a good buy. Probably not, no.
Well, if
Yeah.
think about it, if you zoom out right now and we break out, it's a, you know, it's a very good buy, because what's the measured move if you break out from here?
Nah. No. This isn't gonna end up being a swing point. 105 could be one, yeah, but for more for a short than for a long.
The breakout from here would be all-time high, would be 110,000, I think 109,000, and then you do another bull flag, and then really have to see if the bulls can step in to do the all-time high price discovery. And I think since we're up here, there's enough money on the sideline to be able to do it. I think institutions, even like Coinbase and Binance, yeah, CZ, he dumps a lot and he manipulates the market. But there's going to be a level, I think, where people want to really normalize this 100,000, including people that have influence on the market and have buying power on the market, and they're going to push this past this all-time high to get new price discovery. And it just makes sense to do it now, in my opinion. I don't know. But the problem is, after that, I think it's going to be a very, very big dump. Like once Bitcoin gets to around 137,000, around like 130K, I think the retracement's going to be hard. It's going to be like, you know, maybe $70,000, $80,000 Bitcoin. Do a huge bullish megaphone on the macro. So
We'll see about that later. I don't think it's anytime soon.
And that'd still only be like a 45% drop, which wouldn't be crazy, right?
Stock market is very green today. Crypto is red because it pumped a bit earlier, I guess. But we're losing ground. Nasdaq is in the end not too far from all-time highs, while Bitcoin is also not too far from all-time highs now. Funny how we couldn't. I would have loved to see crypto continue staying around above 100K, while Nasdaq just does nothing at the 200 MA on the daily, you know, just goes sideways. But that's not what happened at all in the end. Yeah, that's not what happened at all in the end. But it doesn't matter. I mean, it's just a correlation. Like, doesn't change a lot the outlook. Got Tesla pumped to 320. Well, maybe 350 is next. Which isn't too far. It's like another 10% up, right?
There's gaps everywhere, gap downs everywhere. That's what I'm concerned about.
Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, you're right. There was an hourly SFP on BTC. Like, in the end, we couldn't close any candles above 104.8. That now turned into a bit of weakness, right? So I guess if we put a new high again above 106, I could be interested in starting to take some shorts. And for longs, there's just nothing to. I mean, it's way too late to go long. So hopefully, people still have something to sell in case we break out to above 110. Personally, I didn't TP almost nothing. Oh, still very risky here. But yeah, I'm in a few shit coins like Cardano, ETH, Doge, Atom, Mantle, and a few others. Yeah.
You know what's interesting is that Bitcoin hit its 786 from like the fib level from the all-time high to the bottom that we made at 74. It hit it sometime last week, like either Wednesday or Thursday. And the SPY was still from its all-time high to its bottom that it made after tariffs. It was just chilling around like its golden pocket, like the 618. And then they gapped it open to the 786. But at the same time, Bitcoin, after that conference, whatever the announcement Besset made at 3 a.m., Bitcoin went a little bit higher than in 786, and it touched its 886, and that's what rejected it.
Yeah, we're still very correlated, right?
Well, I mean, I think it's mainly been front running the move on the SPY. So now tomorrow, if the SPY actually doesn't get rejected at the 786, I think we just continue higher. And it didn't actually quite get there. It's 786 is 585. It got to 583.92. So and then tomorrow we got CPI. So as long as CPI is somewhat bullish, I think stocks will smash through and crypto will hopefully follow.
Can I get a golden cross on SPY too now? Oh boy.
I mean, Bitcoin bounced right off of the 886, right when Besant was announcing the trade deal with China. It started pumping.
What?
And
There's a trade deal with China? Yeah, I mean, with Nasdaq up 4%, I guess I should have guessed that there was something out in the news. Interesting.
It was at 3 a.m. New York Eastern time because he was in Geneva. So like, and I don't think it caught most people off guard. No one even knew that he was going to do it. And then at right around like 11 p.m. Eastern time, an announcement came out that Besant will be briefing people at 3 a.m. I'm like, 3 a.m. And it was almost like a CPI candle or like a Fed candle. Everything just pumped. It got right to its 886 and just rejected right off of it. Like to the dot. On Bybit, it was 105.905. Like to the dot.
You trade on Bybit?
No, I use Bybit perpetual for charting purposes.
Okay.
Because usually
they
have a lot of volume. It has a lot of volume.
No, I was asking because they have this new event with 1v1 trading competition. It's designed to make you trade quickly, I guess, to increase your volume, and so they make more money. But it is kind of fun. It matches you with other humans, and you choose like 1 hour, 2 hour, or 4 hour match. And like if I'm trying to practice scalping, I guess. I mean, yeah, just having fun with $100 scalping ETH. Well, it's fun. 1v1 trading arena.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's a bit gamified trading, I guess. I mean, they're trying to gamify it.
All right, let me give Bitcoin a little bit of help here. I'm just going to buy Bitcoin just to support the cause. I'm going to buy some Bitcoin right here to help support this support.
Yeah. Bitcoin is doing better than SPY, but SPY caught up to it, right? Like it.
Yeah, like after
So
the
now-
news, it opened up
now-
and caught up to Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Well,
and
it's
Bitcoin
still
didn't
behind. It's
continue
still
upwards.
behind.
So now if you get a downturn on SPY or Nasdaq and all, Bitcoin is a bit more vulnerable.
We're pushing Bitcoin all-time high. You ready, Zeusy? We're doing it today.
Yeah, well, we took out 105, right? Like there was a one sell wall there. There's nothing left. People bought it up, and when you look at the retrace we got from that SFP on the hourly time frame, just bullish absorption going on all the way. Even like just a few minutes ago. We're still negative on CVD, but price is at 103, no, 102.5. Yeah. Actually, no. Now it's more even. Yeah, there's roughly as many people hitting buy than people hitting sell.
Hold on, let me hit buy one more time.
We're in the CME cap time, right? Like if you want to liquidate some shorts, this isn't a bad time. Or some longs. There's only 10 minutes left though, and it looks like it's pretty calm.
Calm before the storm.
Guess that 2,400 on ETH is it's really a good level to hold. I mean, I think I was planning on that a bit, just because on the left we got the impulse up to 4,000 after confirming support at 2380. Where ETH spent 6 months accumulating between 2,200 and 2,800. Yeah, it spent like from August 2024 till November. It was in that range, and once it broke out that, it went straight up to 4K basically. And so now now that we're back inside that accumulation area, if we can confirm support at the bottom of the old accumulation range, it's actually a pretty well, like there's still not a lot of weakness on ETH chart to like this is a pretty healthy red candle today on ETH in my opinion. Still like trying to hold above the daily 200 EMA and MA, no EMA, yeah. It could go much lower to like 2,100, but it doesn't have to. If you can't drop below 2,400, then you can't. You'll have to put a new high, and next is like 2,800 in my opinion. Maybe a bit less. Good golden pocket there. There's plenty of stuff around 2,800. Just a typical straight SR on the weekly. So yeah, in the end, it's not a very red day, but it's a red day. And, Red Monday, well, I guess Dbloc would say false move down, no? Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, this could be Monday false move down. Didn't go down a lot, but...
Man, I'm looking at this logarithmic chart on Dogecoin, and I'm on the daily, and I just pulled a trend line on these previous pumps that it had on the daily, and connected the highs, the higher highs. And if we were to pump off, like let's say this pump that we've been pumping and keep this momentum, the angular resistance takes you up to 86 cents. And that would be a bullish megaphone pattern that is just screaming that it wants to happen. A bullish megaphone on the logarithmic channel.
It couldn't just stay above 16 cents. It had to do the wick at 12 cents, really getting rid of all the early longers, I guess. But we're only at half the down move. Like, where's the speculation? Come on.
Well, that's why I think it needs a catalyst, you know. But I think if it does get the proper catalyst, the next resistance is 86 cents, maybe a little bit higher.
You know, the problem on Doge is on the left. It's what happened in 2020.
And I'm just looking at the daily right now. But yeah, I see what you're saying at 2020.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it can do the same thing again. Probably not, though. But
Well,
that Doge chart,
the Doge BTC pair is very interesting now too. And we're lined up kind of the same way we were lined up before Doge had that crazy pump.
Yeah, I think I commented it a bit. It didn't put new bear market bottom, right? New. Well, it didn't go lower than than February 2024, so 18 months ago. But it came pretty close, right? So it did give you a good opportunity to swap Bitcoin into Doge. Yeah? However, well, yeah, it needs to go up now. But you know, Doge, it'll just do a big grid candle. Like it hasn't. The reason Doge went up is not Doge specific. It's because everything in the market went up a bit. With ETH going up. Yeah, every alt showed a bit of strength.
Like how a tide raises all ships, or whatever they say. A rising tide lifts all ships, whatever they call it.
Yeah, exactly. Like every alt gained a bit dominance against Bitcoin. Like there's nothing Doge specific in this up move from 180 to 200.
The last one there was, but you're right, not this one.
Yeah, so it hasn't happened yet. My point is the big red candle on the Bitcoin pair just hasn't happened yet. Like this is just a nice move up, but it's only 25%. When Doge specific news hits, you'll get more like a 50% green candle. No.
Yeah, we've got there's chance for some volatility in I don't know how many hours it is, but 8:30 a.m. Tuesday morning. So that's tomorrow morning for you guys. Is the CPI data release. That's inflation data. That can cause some movements. So that can catalyze something. You know what I mean? Hopefully, it gives us like progress on inflation. Like we get closer to the Fed's target of 2%. For those that are familiar with that.
Why do you? It's just to have a discussion. I said that, but why do you believe that? It's interesting because inflation is an upward driver of all these charts. So if the Fed really manages to bring inflation down to its target and lowers the rate, the exponential curve up on crypto is just going to be lower. So
inflation coming down means that the Fed can ease off on their restrictiveness, and that's optimistic. That's positive for risk on assets and risk markets. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But if it comes in a little hotter, like we start, inflation starts to creep back up again, that might not be great to see in the short term in the markets, but that's like just from tracking it for the last 2-3 years, it is interesting to see how the data release affects like volatility things can really pick up, like
You know, for
volumes.
for me, a decade long of high inflation started in 2019, roughly at the same time as COVID hit, and
Yeah,
it's been 6 years already, and everything is upward since.
I know,
Roughly.
right? Yeah,
So if that
there is.
stops,
There
if
was.
that's
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean like it's gonna shift the entire direction of the market, like as in like throw us into a bear or a bull. Like I just mean like the move for the day, like it could cause a nice, you know, influx of activity. But I mean, yeah, like the closer we can get to the Fed cutting the interest rates further and maybe even start to talk about, I know it's probably not on in their plan yet, but quantitative easing. I think there would be like a phase of the Fed where they're not easing or tightening; they're just neutral, right?
well, I mean, I'm not a specialist in all this, honestly. I'm just saying, like long term, inflation is not bad for crypto. It's quite the opposite,
No, I
actually.
know. Yeah, like I mean, we've
So
managed to climb.
and
Yeah.
and the whole reason for this pump since 2022 is to combat inflation, whether it's gold pumping, whether it's housing pumping, whether it's crypto pumping. It's because it's to people are fleeing a bit fiat to try to
Well,
not
well,
get
let's.
taxed by inflation, right? So if it stops, I'm a bit worried we might lower our growth. Overall, like, why would you
I'm
buy
gonna check
crypto
that.
if your money is not losing value, right? Like,
I'm gonna check that inflation because there's an inflation chart that you can overlay and compare against Bitcoin on like the weekly and see if there's like some kind of relationship there.
We did all that a long time ago with you, if I remember right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And well, it's more interesting with like Dow Jones or stuff like that. And
Mm.
in the
Yeah.
past, the 6 month reaction to a pivot has kind of been opposite to what people expect. So, like if we hear Powell say quantitative easing, lowering aggressively rates, historically there's been more of a downside actually, which then turned into growth and prolonged the uptrend. But the initial reaction was downward, not upward.
Yeah.
A few times.
I'll put my screen up. Because I just want to see. I don't like know specifically. This is me learning it in real time, but this here I find, like as you said, 2019 is when the inflation. So this pink line is inflation, right? It got up to a peak of 9.1% inflation. It was very cooked. The Fed were actually kind of late to increase the interest rates to combat that because they were saying that it was transitory, which means temporary, and that it would just, it
Yeah,
would just,
nobody
it
a
would
lot of
sort of
people just
stop
didn't
out.
believe that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know, like when he made that statement. I think it was sometime in 2021. But as you know, in 2022 they started the aggressive interest rate hiking, which caused markets to correct, including crypto and Bitcoin. Inflation was still at 9.1%. Like the peak of inflation was here in June of 2022 when we were like pretty much bottomed. We were, Bitcoin found its floor roughly at the peak of the inflation. And then, the interest rates were ramped up pretty heavy for like a lot of 2022, even into early 2023. The easing on the interest, or the pausing of the interest rates, and the progress. Look how sharp and fast the inflation got back under control. Like that, I think that sort of coupled in with Bitcoin starting to get optimistic again and brave to come up. It's kind of been stagnant here, like the inflation. It's working its way down to twos, like here. That's where they want to have it, and it's so close. It's like at 2.4 at the moment. But yeah, you're right. Like Bitcoin rose with inflation here, and that's because of the Fed stimulating the economy, quantitative easing, giving,
Creating inflation in the process.
That's right. That's what caused this. I think. Well, it's pretty clear it caused that next leg up, and then we had to pay for it by having a nasty bear market. But yeah, it's. I think all of the recipes are there. Like we've got inflation's nice and low, like it's close to the target of 2%. The Fed have made a cut. They've now paused interest rates. I'm going to see if I can find an interest rate chart. Or do they call it the funds rate? They might call it the federal funds rate. Yeah, there it is. So we'll put that in purple. So you can see, like, they pinned it at 5.5%, which is over here. There's the scale here. They had it like fixed at 5.5% for some time, like all through that area. The cutting started right here. They made their first cut. It caused a lot of, like, a big spike in volatility up and down. And that was like, that sort of marked the bottom of this nasty like funnel that we were in 2024. And then, like, as they made some, I think, was it, how many cuts did they make? Because we got from 5.5% interest rate down to now 4.5, something like that. So during that time, and that coupled with the election, and interest rates were coming back down. Inflation at that period was on the decline too, so that's good. Those were two optimistic headwinds. This was interesting. There's a little bit of a bump back up on inflation between, like, yeah.
In the end, it comes down to trust in fiat, right? Like, with inflation ramping up, a lot of investors or people lost a bit trust in fiat. So when inflation comes down and stays down below 2% for years and years, that loss of trust is gonna disappear. I mean, people will trust fiat again. So it might have a longer term bad effect on speculative markets.
Maybe.
I'm not sure it's really a good thing on the long run. For our charts, for crypto in particular.
We'll find out, I guess. But like,
because even with low inflation, there's still inflation. So yeah, I mean, it's just the rate of it is a bit lower.
That's right. It's always going to inflate. I mean, it doesn't they don't burn money. They don't cut the supply.
So China has the opposite issue, right? Well, they're getting out of it, right? But they have deflation.
Oh, deflation. Yeah, right.
So it's their money sitting in the bank gaining value.
And
while stocks are going down.
Yeah, it's because their economy's stalled. But look at this. Look, you've got, at this point, this is the COVID outbreak, and then the COVID crash that followed. But look, interest rates were cut in an emergency because they were worried about, pressures on the economy, because supply chain issues were coming to a halt. Everything was slowing down. And then, even the inflation went into disinflation. It went negative, I think. Or close to zero.
I think I'm not sure of what I say, but I think last time the Fed screwed. But Dbloc knows this; he could explain it. But I think last time the Fed screwed up inflation, interest rate stuff, and all, it ended in a decade of inflation. And this time, Powell is trying to avoid that. But we already know he failed, because he was saying it would be transitory, and it hasn't been transitory. So, in the end, I think it's a fair bet to assume roughly 10 years of high inflation, and currently it's down at 2%. So I guess I'm wrong, but I think it's going to go back up.
Look at how late The Fed. So the pink one, the bright pink one, is inflation that got to 9.1%. This is the Fed's interest rate. They didn't start a hike until here. Like that was their first little hike, going from, you know, no interest rate to a 0.25. That was their first move, and we were already at 8.5% inflation. So, and look how aggressive and fast they raised that interest rate. It had the right effect on inflation. Like inflation came down as a
But
result.
the last
They
time we
were
had
late.
this high, the last time we had this high inflation is the 1980s. So we got Bitcoin is not an asset we can look at for its behavior with inflation because it didn't exist in the 80s.
Yeah,
But
we
yeah,
can only go off.
roughly it's in the 80s.
Yeah, we can only go off what data we have, and that's, you know, from late 2009 till now with Bitcoin. But there's been environments of like inflation cooling, and then inflation heating, cooling, heating really heavy, and then cooling off really fast. So there's been some evidence of how Bitcoin behaves in those environments, and also with interest rates up, interest rates cut to zero, interest rates ramped up really aggressive, and then cut again. So yeah, like we've had a bit of everything. We've had some QE, some QT, but and regardless,
nothing
Bitcoin
like what
has,
happened in the past, though.
right. Probably because we've learned how to control it better. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
maybe.
But the big picture is Bitcoin is still like making all-time highs every few years. You know, like it hasn't really.
Oh,
stopped
I said that a bit because in the news they're talking about printing $1 trillion to finance a war effort in Europe. Trump is also saying the same with his Star Wars investment. So I'm like, where's all that money coming from? If it's not through an increase in inflation, then, well, I don't know. I guess we're rich and we have all that money without needing to print it, but. I don't know how it works, but that's what's in the news, right? $1 trillion to finance weapon stuff in America and 800 billion in Europe, and it's like everybody is financing weaponry.
Yeah,
that should
it's very
create
close.
inflation because that money isn't coming from anywhere, and it's big amounts they're talking about. Like it's more than it's a lot. If you divide by the population, it's like 10 grand per. Well, it's more. Yeah, it's a lot of money.
It's kind of like we're coming to the
$3,000
fail
per
point.
citizen, right? Roughly $3,000 per citizen.
See, fiat is destined for doom. Like it's fiat currencies. If you watch like any kind of documentary on the history of fiat currencies, they all fail eventually. Like
right.
Because they're
Yeah, it's just that
inherently like broken.
I don't know who to trust because Powell is like, don't worry, inflation is transitory. It'll be down at 2%. We're doing our best. And then Trump is like, I'm gonna print like hell. I need money to do this, to do that. In France, Macron is just spending money out of nowhere without limit, and he openly says it. It's like just no limit.
You just wait till countries start reinventing like a brand new currency. You know what I mean? Like the US dollar hasn't been around forever. The US dollar had a genesis, like it had a start point. So it was made out of it was made out of thin air. Like it just started. Like, okay, cool. We need to represent our country's wealth in a currency. So we'll invent the dollar, like the US dollar, and then that's what it was. Then they printed it to represent it, and then it used to be tied to gold. Then they broke that link, and then printed the crap out of it, caused inflation. Like sound money is what we used to have. Like the world used to run off a lot more. It wasn't like all this credit and like crazy inflation and that stuff like that. It's the credit thing, debt and credit, like that is what drives like the fiat world. And it's just, yeah, I don't know. It's like, it's not perfect. It's just not perfect. It
I
probably
mean,
works. It works for a
if we
handful
get
of people.
if we get lower than expected CPI data tomorrow, a lot of traders are gonna go long, trying to price in that at the next meeting there will be a cut, and
Yeah,
you
I can
know,
see
if
that
a lot
narrative.
of people go long, it might work. It might just backfire on them, and we might just eventually go up, but just not on the day of the event.
I think if it, what do you think if it comes in at no change? Because the last report was 2.4%. They're forecasting 2.4% for this report. So if it comes in at 2.4 with no change, I think maybe that is good news. Like, no bad news is good news. Like, if it's just like, you know, status quo, then
Well, we're in
maybe
an
the market.
uptrend. No news is just good news, right? Like,
Yeah,
nothing
that's
that
what
can
I'm thinking.
affect is just good news. The problem is there's a lot of stuff that can affect with all these tariff news and stuff going on in legacy.
Yeah.
CPI could easily be. I mean, they could. Powell said it during the meeting. He said it's been hard to calculate GDP because of companies stocking up because people knew Trump would put tariffs, so they increased their stocks before Trump got elected, and like it made a downfall in first quarter GDP because companies bought before and stockpiled and stuff like that. So if even people whose its job is to monitor the economy are telling you, well, we're having a bit of issues predicting the future, then you know that CPI rate expectation could be just completely. I mean, you could put any number there.
Yep. So the clarity is not clear. It's quite murky at the moment, I guess. In that sense, in like where do we sit with GDP, and like where do you think the inflation's going to land? Like, yeah, it's hard. It's not as clear. You're right. Maybe that's by design. I don't know. Like, what are they up to? What is Trump's
But the Powell's tools worked, right? I mean, increasing interest rates did manage to bring inflation down, which wasn't a given. It wasn't a given, right? It worked. So the question is, has he been too aggressive or not on that rate hike he did 2 years ago? Because it can have effects much later afterwards. And
yeah, I think he started. I think he might have started cutting a little too early because we didn't get the 2% yet.
and that's why he paused, right?
Yeah.
Because he
Yeah,
figured,
that's why he started the cutting.
damn.
Yeah. He stopped the cutting. Yeah, he just let it. He paused it at like, what was it, 4.5 or 4.75 or something. I think I've got. If I go to the Forex factory calendar, it sort of gives you a chart of the interest rates in a graph, in a line graph. Here we go. Yeah, so it was like 5.5, then it went down to 5, so they reduced it by like 50 basis points, and then it went down to, what's that one? 4.8 it says. It'll be, I'm guessing 4.75, so like another quarter cut, and then finally another quarter cut back in December, and now it's just, yeah, it's been stably staying at 4.5%.
Well, it's 4.25 to 4.5, right? They give it a bit of a range.
Yeah,
on the interest rate, which is
So the US currently has the highest rate, the highest interest rate of 4.5%. Then it's England with 4.25, then Australia 4.1, the New Zealand, Canada, Europe, Japan. Yeah.
On the Fed Watch tool, on
Our
CME,
governments hate us the most.
What's
on
that?
CME, on CME Fed Watch, you can see the probabilities for the next meeting, and so it's in 36 days. There's a meeting in June, and it's at 89% pause for June. So
Yeah.
that's a consensus on no change in June. Yeah.
Yeah.
For now, but that can change.
It can
If we
change.
dump enough,
Also, like based off the data that we get in the morning, like with CPI, like if there's a big shock to what we're expecting with the inflation figures, that could alter perhaps what they talk about in the next Fed meeting, or the projection on that Fed Watch tool. Yeah.
Powell didn't get scared with the stock market going down 20% and pumping back up. I wonder what he needs to really aggressively cut his rates. But at that point, it's too late when he does that. Right? It's like, it's not the way
Yeah.
to play out, right?
Probably rapid disinflation would cause him to cut the rates, like in an emergency, like cut it rapid. But we're not getting that. It seems to be we're getting like the inflation is sticky, like it's around between 2 and 3%, like it's just been bouncing in a range. Which means there's no rush, there's no emergency with inflation. It's just it's not quite where they want it. I think they're just they don't want it to climb. The last thing they want to do is see it like climb back up again, because then they'd have to start all over again.
Well, that's the fear with the taxes that it's gonna increase again, right? For Powell.
Potentially.
This is the first cycle in crypto where there's high inflation on the dollar. It's the first time.
Yeah, so it's great to see that it hasn't ruined the growth potential of Bitcoin and crypto, really. You know what I mean?
But what we know is that we pumped a bit too early, even, so it might have accelerated its growth, even, no?
Hey,
And that probably
guys.
could be because of the change in government and like the US becoming a lot more friendly about crypto, and that's caused a lot of positive sentiment.
It wasn't the case in February
inverse head and
2024.
shoulders on Ethereum 5 minute. That's it. Sorry.
Inverted head and shoulder.
Obviously, if I'm wrong, let me know. I just saw it, wanted to mention it.
Wouldn't
it?
5 minutes, man.
Appreciate the
I
intel.
don't see it. Personally, I don't see it. I see that we failed to close the head, but like pumping to 2,500 would have closed the head, and then this would be a right shoulder way in, but a bit downward slanted, I guess. Yeah. A bit downward slanted inverted head and shoulder with a neckline at 2,500. Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely. It looks like the starter one. Yeah.
And the measured move would bring you towards 2,600 again, but well, a bit less. But it's a bit wrong because we failed to pump to 2,508 for now. So maybe the head isn't closed even. But maybe you're just talking about the current down up. But on the 5 minute, I don't really see an inverted head and shoulder.
I'm just on the 5 minute.
Well, I think the good thing that you got there, the element is you've got a dramatic low, like that's extremely like spiky to the bottom, with a swift recovery, and now you've set in potentially like a higher low, which is the right shoulder, right? that is like a change in the behavior of what's been happening for the last, 24
Oh,
hours. It's been
right.
downtrending. So yes, it's like the first hint of maybe, yeah, you would want to see price, I think, get above 2,500, 2,512, 20, something like that. Just the more recent like highs need to get broken above for the structure breaks to the upside. But it looks good.
Yeah, it looks
I
good,
think.
and I'm definitely not financial advice, and I'm not recommending anybody FOMO into that. It's something to keep it's
Oh
just something
yeah,
to keep an eye on.
of course.
FOMO and everything now. ETH, Doge, Bitcoin, everything. Let's go, baby. Rockets, rockets, rockets. All right, I'll be back.
Rocket
I,
Man.
I still think it's incredible. It's really cool to see that Bitcoin almost touched $106,000. Like not even 20. Like how many hours ago was that? Like 15 hours ago. That's pretty wild. I mean, yes, we're back down below 103, but the trend is you zoom out on like the 4 hour, it's still a staircase up. There's nothing under threat about that uptrend, I think. It's looking cool.
That 2,400 didn't get touched, right? We jumped just a little bit above the 2,397.9 to be precise would have been a perfect touch. But it came close enough. And it's a bit too bullish to be realistic. But it can. So I did enter long actually on ETH. I'm with you on that inverted head and shoulder. It doesn't matter. It can do, well, any bullish pattern. As long as it's above 2,434, we're back inside the topping pattern range, which might not be
You're
breaking out
definitely
the
right
downside.
about the slope of the neckline, and yes, I agree. I would call it like a weaker inverse head and shoulders. If it slants the other direction, that's like an aggressive inverse head and shoulders, That's very strong, I think. And then if it's flat, it's just the classic inverse head and shoulders, But yeah, that's the way I sort of kind of interpret it. I don't know if that's, you know, accepted
Yeah,
in the whole TA
right.
circles, but yeah, that's the way I kind of see
Exactly.
it.
That's what always like sketches
Mm.
me out about like ever mentioning anything, because then it's like, oh well, it doesn't trace this, or when it's something like super duper technical, I'm not that
Mhm.
guy. I just
Well,
if I see something, say something kind of thing.
oh sure, me too, man. I'm the same. Like I
You
don't.
guys sound like some narcs.
I'm no authority on anything. Like I'm like as much learning about it as you guys are. So
Me too. And just
yeah, we all are.
Rick, you said we could look at this as a higher low. I do disagree with that. I don't think that has
Yeah.
happened yet. The higher low attempt, because this up move on ETH since 2,400 is a bit the same up move. There's no like the slope up of that move is okay. Maybe it's slowing down a bit now, but overall it's the same trend up. So well, and that'll be confirmed if we're able to put a higher high on this up too, right?
Well,
There's no-
Bitcoin is approaching that 888,000 resistance.
that the higher low you mentioned that we want to see would be inside a trend shift. So we have down to 2,400. Currently, we are inside an up that might have ended at 2,495, but doesn't seem like it for now, because we're not below the previous high at 2,446, 65. Yeah, 65. So as long as that's true, I think we're still in the same uptrend, but we are going to get that higher low, but later, I think. Well,
See, in my opinion, right now, Bitcoin's looking pretty feisty on the 15-minute. Yeah, I don't think it's a head and shoulder because I agree. I think head and shoulder should be on the flat. I don't know if I can say it's slanted on the 15, but what I do see
Are
is
you
the
talking about
previous.
for Bitcoin?
Yeah,
The head and
Bitcoin. What?
Yeah, the head and shoulder for Bitcoin.
Yeah, I'm looking at 15
Mm.
minute. It's head and shoulder ish, but it's the second part of the neckline's much lower than the first part, so I wouldn't really consider it head and shoulder. But it does look like a reversal.
Yeah.
To be confirmed a reversal, we would have to get over 103,209. But not only that, we see a previous previous support at 103,560. So I'm thinking it's going to be pretty easy to test at least that previous support as resistance again.
The head and shoulder I was actually referring to was on ETH, but it does. But Bitcoin
same.
has what you're seeing. It's like kind of.
Yeah, on the 15.
So when you trade ETH, you also monitor the pair, and the pair has just been going flat. So yeah, it's also on Bitcoin. Well, it's Bitcoin that made it on ETH. Yeah. And the pair is flat, by the way, today. Like it didn't. It didn't continue higher.
Hey, Drew.
Yo.
Yo. Hey, you want to look at BMT as in
I can't look at anything right now. My
I
eyes
gotcha.
are peeled on Doge. I'm on the
Yeah,
1
I got you.
second, baby. Finger on the
Nah, you good.
trigger. 6 figures. Ow.
Yeah, my eyes are locked into this ETH right now. I'm hoping.
I remember when you used to do countdowns before selling.
Or buying.
Oh, buying, yeah.
But yeah, right now I got 3 charts open: ETH, Bitcoin, and Doge.
You can close Bitcoin. You know,
Never.
if we also
Bitcoin always stays on my right chart. Ethereum's always on my left chart. Whatever I'm trading is in the middle.
But if you want dominance downward a bit, then every trader should just close Bitcoin and trade his chart without looking at
Man,
Bitcoin.
I feel naked. I can't do anything without watching Bitcoin.
I know, but
Majority of the time, I think watching Bitcoin gives you a little help, gives you a few second buffer between a split decision.
but the pair helps identify which trade is juicier than another. But no, typically if Bitcoin gets a big green buy or a red sell, your alt is gonna get it pretty instantaneously too. So I'm not sure if it really helps. Like currently, if you didn't know Bitcoin was at resistance at 105K, and you were trading Doge, which is still down at 20 cents something, 25 or wherever it's at, you probably wouldn't sell, right? Because you would imagine in your head that Bitcoin is still at like 90K or somewhere there. You'd be like, there's still potential and all. So dominance wouldn't go back up. I'll shut up. I'm saying bullshit. But seriously, it's because everybody monitors Bitcoin while trading alts that they all go together. If
Well,
people
yeah,
start
not
doing
only
that,
people, but also there's a lot of automated systems that go off of Bitcoin trades.
yeah.
But yeah, we're getting a little bit of buy here. A little bit of buy.
Pump it. Drew, buy 1 billion, please, Bitcoin. I want to see something.
Your mic is very low, man. I could barely hear you. What'd you say?
You,
Please
sir,
buy.
are in 100x long.
Can you buy 1 billion Bitcoin, please? I
He
want to
said-
see something.
Yeah, that's
There's
funny, dude. Yeah, buy a
there's only-
billion Bitcoin. We want to see something.
Yeah,
There's only
yeah.
21 million Bitcoin. You can't do that anyway, even if
No, 1 billion USDT on Bitcoin.
We have to
Oh.
call the vampires to do that, and that would take about, I'd say, 200 vampires probably.
Or Drew, get Bitcoin to 300,000 US.
Here, I know what I could
Bump
do.
the price.
I'm gonna call 200 vampires, and we're gonna get it up to $137,000.
Okay, wait. I will open a long, bro. Just wait. Don't call them yet.
Your mic is very low there, Malaka.
Γιατί ρε μαλάκα, open me up, right?
Ne microfonos, re Malaka.
It's. Did you hear me well, guys, or low?
It's low. It's too low.
Yeah.
It's lower than Drew. Now, who's high, who's low? I don't know. It's all relative. It's a bit like Doge and Bitcoin.
Let's go, Doge.
Buy 100,000 Bitcoin now. Yeah.
I buy 500,000 Doge right now.
No in money, in Bitcoin.
I'm all in Doge right now. I got a little bit of Bitcoin actually. I just bought some to help the support.
If
I
somebody
supported the
buy,
support.
if somebody buy market price 100,000 Bitcoins, how much the price gonna be?
It depends what exchange. I mean, if you do it on, let's see, if you do it on, it's so you'd get a spike up, a really big spike on. If you did a market buy on like Binance, you could probably spike it up to like just a little scam wake up to like 115.
Sheesh.
Depends on when though. How many orders are in the book? Let me see. I have to look at the book though. I can't pull it up right now.
Wait, I will make
All you
a
have to do
buy
is,
now.
if you look at, you total the book and see like how many would be like, let's just say 1,000 Bitcoin, and
No,
you have to total what the
100,000
price. You
Bitcoin.
group the order book with the
Yeah,
highest decimal point.
That's right. I'm gonna call my Arabian friend trillionaire to buy now.
Okay, I'm gonna call my vampires.
Okay, bro, let's go do it together. What a relief.
Big buys coming in, big buys.
Yes, sir. Give me that
Hell
money.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh
Give me
yeah.
that money. Give me that money.
Hey, give me that money. Let me get that money.
My dogs come near me when I say for money. What the heck? Do you want money? Do you want money or treats?
Do whatever I want. I bought Moding.
Ding dong?
I do what I want.
You do what you want.
I do what I want. Shit.
But what?
She told me to stop talking. I said, I do what I want. And I stopped talking shit.
I bought more Doge. I do what I want.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hey, who let the Doge out?
Oh.
Yeah, Moding is
About time for
bro.
Elon to let the Doge out. I'm looking at my clock right now, and it's about time for Elon to let that Doge out. Elon's been plotting. I mean, he still wants Doge to take over the world. Yeah, I don't think he's giving up on that idea. He just had to pump the brakes a little bit before it's showtime.
It's showtime.
Yeah, it's showtime.
If you guys look at the Bitcoin Doge chart, the Bitcoin Doge pair, right now, if you just inch a little bit more, you might see some shaky bakey. Look at that daily.
I'm still holding that Moding ever since you started. You talking about Voxel and Modang? I'm still holding that Modang.
Nice, good job, man. Hell yeah.
No, that's because of you.
No, well, you held it longer than I did. I only held it. I held it from 2 to 3 cents, and then like double dipped it somewhere around like 7 cents to 8 cents, but I didn't hold it all the way up.
To the G, to the P.
Dragonfly, what'd you get in at?
0.029995.
Yeah.
Damn son, hell yeah.
I'm yeah, I put a little, but I could have put a lot more, and I thought about it. I'm doing push-ups, okay, but it is it's because of you, man.
No, it's because of you.
You are the man.
Hey, together.
You are the man.
Just
Then
a
Deacon-
couple degens talking coins.
And then Deegan ripped a good 72% real quick today. 80? He got up to 80? 80%? He might be ripping now. Let me see.
With Mudang, they do got to be careful because it's going to start getting to that area right where Coinbase listed, and it was previous support, which is 44 cents. So, I mean, there's another one at 32 cents. That's how I'm looking at it. You have a resistance at 32 and then 44 on your Mudang. Mudang.
Yes, sir.
Ding dong dang.
But the problem with, you got to be careful because if you go lower than, let's say, 22 cents, you have a gap that could take you all the way back down to 11 cents. And if that fails, you have another gap that takes you down to like back to 4 cents.
Yeah, we keep on getting these bullish order blocks. Got a good one at just under 24 cent. Like moved it up to 25, and I'm like, if we drop 25, but I mean, I might still stay in it until 24, 23 if you don't get a bounce. But yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah,
keep it close to
24,
30.
23. That could be a safe bounce, but be careful. Once it gets under that 23, it could get sketch.
Oh yeah, real fast. I'm surprised, really. This thing's been really easy. I mean, as far as not, it hasn't been easy, but I mean, it's a lot of times you don't have this long to stay in something, right? That's
Yeah.
much.
No, I'm surprised the way it moved too. I was happy when it pumped from 2 cents to 3 cents. And then like I still had a little bit after 3, but that's by the time it was 4 cents, I was all the way out. And then I was like, man, this is crazy. And I double dipped from like 7 cents to 8 or 9 cents. And after that, I'm like, I can't go back in here. This is crazy. And people were on here too, telling me like, yo, they're about to pump this again. And I'm like, nah, no way. And they did, man. I'm like, wow, these guys are pumping it. It's mostly Asian market, I think.
Yeah, I got nervous last night because I was like, man, they gonna dump this shit. But it just, I mean, I'm looking at it on TradingView and damn, it's strong. I mean,
Yeah, zoom out though. You got to admit it dumped a lot, so it's still
yeah.
recovering. Like for it to make this move. If you zoom out, it's not even that big of a move. That's why some people were so like happy because they're like, yo, the ceiling's so high. Because this was at the billions. Where's it at now? Like 100 or 200 million right now? Probably like 220.
Yeah, like 250, close to it. I can check
Yeah.
real quick.
It's probably around between 200 and 250 million. So that's a quarter billion, and it was already over a billion. So it's just a quarter of where it was at.
I should have put a lot more.
Push-ups.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm doing a lot. I've done hurt I got tendonitis on my elbow.
Jeez, you're gonna get some pectoralis majoris.
Yes. Well, just the over here hearing y'all guys talk, and it's like with that gun. I mean, it's like Dbloc talked about that, and it's like that guy with all that knowledge, and he said that. Okay, I'm got to get some of that just cause. So what? All that knowledge. I mean, say I'm copying or what, but it's like when you hear somebody talk about something that's got a lot of wise, a lot of wisdom, somebody that you know that's wise, like you, brother, I'm gonna listen.
Oh, well,
Hell
thank
yeah.
you, sir. Well, yeah, now my wise move, I think, is just wise move of the day is Doge. That's just my opinion. Could be wrong. I just have a hunch. Things are cooking. Timeline's starting to cook up again. You never know. This Doge BTC chart could start turning in a nice direction. I still think Bitcoin's still going to pump one more time without Doge pumping as much, and then after that, that's when Doge is going to take its turn. But I'm just trying to prep right now before Doge gets back over a quarter. I'm like, all right, accumulate anything under a quarter, hopefully closer towards 20 cents than 25 cents, and ride that bitch up to 50 at least. You know, if it's 29 cents resistance, if you pop that 29, 30 cents resistance, I think easy peasy up to 50, 47, 50. Price discovery right after that. I'm not price discovery, but you know, then you break that other local high. If you have momentum, a catalyst. This is Moon Boy talk right now. And then you put that log chart on, zoom out, you create a bullish megaphone pattern, and that would take you all the way up to the next peak to $4. Yes, I said it. $4 with a scam wick up to $4.20 just to make it prophetic. And then it's gonna dump all the way back down to like 70 cents from $4.
420, dude. Dope.
But my trend line goes up to around $4. The first rejection is good. It says it rejects around 86 cents. And I think it's going to reject there. And then a little rejection from 86 down to like 77-ish. And then from 77 up to $1 resistance, going to bang up against $1 a little bit and then pop like some champagne and crack right through that bad boy. And people are going to have the worst FOMO there is. And it's going to be able to push it up to about $1.70. Retrace $1 support. Oh, that would be nice. $1.69. I like that even better.
That's where your head was.
Yeah, there we go. And then we retrace back and use $1 as support. Then Elon really shows where his mind was at, and he's trying to get Doge on the global scale tip because he's looking for world domination, and he's just going to try to blend it the way he was thinking what he wanted PayPal to be, but now he has a whole new approach on things. And the tokenization of assets in the real world, he's going to counteract that with a Dogecoin, and then Doge is going to take over. That's all that's going to happen. It's just going to be a Doge world. We're going to be dogs living in a dog world, doggy dog world.
No dogs.
It's his Doge. We're just living in it.
Yeah, basically. Up. Dirty D saying Doge goes to 10 cents first. I dare you to short Doge here, Dirty D. Go ahead, do it. I double Doge dare you.
Not the double Doge dare, dang, dude.
Double Doge dare you to short this Doge. You think it goes to 10 cents. Do it. But yeah, I was looking at some old footage back from 2024, and there was someone in the crowd who's like, "Hey, Elon, when are you gonna let me buy a Tesla with Dogecoin?" And he paused, scratched his chin a little bit, and he said, "Soon, we're gonna do it." And then he went into this other monologue. But yeah, it's gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna be that big of price action. Like it's gonna be more psychological pump than tokenomical pump because there's not gonna be too many people buying their Teslas with Doge. Of course, there's going to be some diehard fans that are going to do it. It's going to help a little bit, but it's going to be more psychological pump that probably won't sustain itself. But then that's when he's going to come with the follow through. Remember when he put Doge Twitter logo up? It's going to change X.com. Doge.com, baby. Oh my God. What if he did that? What if X is just a
Doge.com, baby.
Holy
Doge.com, baby.
Imagine, yo. X is just a placeholder. Doge.com. You guys ready?
Better dip.
Right now. he already got Doge.gov, cuz.
How did Doge dip?
Oh, he's gonna get out of .gov Doge and he's gonna get into the .com Doge.
Yeah.
Yeah. We figured it out.
It was written, baby.
I seen it.
And he's going to use XRP too, just so make everyone else happy also. So you XRP guys don't get left behind.
Hey, the army
let's
too
throw a little
strong,
excellence.
B. Ain't nobody going nowhere until XRP army rise above all.
The Doge army and the XRP army, they're going to unite and they're going to go to the battle in the front line and they're going to chop off Ethereum's head. Yeah, I said it right here.
Off with the head.
Vitalik's been talking all that trash. Time. Actually, he hasn't been talking trash. He likes the Dogecoin, so. But, you know, we'll see what's up.
Got it dip.
Don't trip.
Getting a little pump right here. We're getting a little pump right here.
Doubles.
Doubles. Who let the bulls out? Who?
Doge did.
I'm going to gather my forces and my energy so I can do a seance tonight and summon the bulls properly. I shall summon the bulls past 9 p.m. for Doge After Dark session, for we must keep the momentum going. For a full moon is near, my friends. And forever after this full moon, we shall count 17 more moons. And on the 18th moon shall the spirits of Doge rise.
All right, who gave Drew mushrooms?
Oh, 'tis not the psychedelic that make me feel this, for I am as one with the mushroom. But the Transylvanian twilight clung is wrapped into Castor Wolfenstein, and a Gothic kennel perched precariously on a craggy peak inside Count Dojula. Another puppy Shibinu with unsettlingly long canine teeth and eyes that glowed with the eerie luminescence of 1,000 moons stirred in his velvet-lined coffin. The villagers whispered tales of his nocturnal emissions, not of blood, but of digital energy, siphoned from the unsuspecting wallets of the internet. They call it the Great Dip Drain, a chilling phenomenon that always preceded a sudden, inexplicable surge. Tonight, the moon hung full and gibbous, casting long skeletal shadows across the courtyard where bats strangely adorned with tiny paper Doge symbols took flight. Count Dojula arose in his silken cape, emblazoned with the pixelated moon billowing behind. Now he said, a sound like a rusty chain dragged across a digital ledger. The night is young and the memes are ripe for the pumpening. He gazed into his scrying pool. He said, the pumpening shall be here tonight. A cracked iPad displaying the Dogecoin chart. It was stagnant, a flat line of despair. The mortals have lost faith, he hissed. His fangs glinted. They have succumbed to the FUD, the fear of the dreaded dip. But Count Dojula had a plan, a deliciously devious scheme. He summoned Igor, a perpetually confused beagle with a hunch and a tendency to bark at squirrels that weren't there. Eagle, the Count commanded, his voice echoing through the castle's drafty halls. Release thy spectral shapes. Let them haunt the timelines, whispering tales of untold riches. Unleash the me magic, the power of such wow. Igor, after a moment of bewildering sniffling, unleashed a torrent of ghostly Shiba Inu images onto the internet. They floated through Twitter feeds like ethereal apparitions, their pixelated eyes wide promises of moon missions. Caption materialized as if by dark sorcery. Doge to $1. Hold it for eternity. The dip is just a snack. Slowly, subtly, the tide began to turn. The fearful whispers of the villagers morphed into excited chatter. The great dip drain reversed, replaced by a torrent of buy orders. The Dogecoin chart on Count Dojula's iPad flickered, then surged upwards, a vibrant green candle piercing the digital darkness. Count Dojula watched with a sinister grin, his eyes glowing brighter. They cannot resist the power of the meme. The blood of the internet, I mean. The likes and retweets, it fuels the pump. As the price scored, reaching levels unseen since the last full moon, Count Dojula retreated to his coffin, a satisfied sigh escaping his fanged mouth. Another night, he murmured, another pumpening, and the world shall know the power of Count Dojula and his loyal moon-bound sheaves. The bats outside Castle Wolfenstein flapped their Doge-adorned wigs in the moonlight, their silent message echoing across the digital landscape. The spooky season was good for more than just scares. It was good for the pumps.
And then XRP walked
But
through the
not the
door. End of
bear.
story.
Hey, bro, this is your brain on drugs and Chat GPT.
Yo,
Leave
I
that
think we should
shit.
applause.
holy shit,
Corey
bro.
That's
spent a
what
lot of
one beer
time in
does to you. I
jail.
wonder what a glass of whiskey will do.
Holy shit, man.
That
Get me
was
the plug.
Trust me, whiskey will not give him this.
Get me the fluff, bro. Get me the
brainstorming.
fluff.
that was wonderfully cringe.
Why, thank you very much.
Like
Can
you
we
have a
dump now?
storm, man.
No!
Okay, sorry.
Drew is the man.
Tis the full moon in me howling. I can feel it.
I feel like you got more than just a full moon in you, but
Yeah, that was a full moon times 10.
The chat is hilarious, actually. They want to know what you're smoking, man.
That was full moon on fentanyl.
Let me see. What am I smoking here? It is Singapore Sling with pineapple upside down.
I'll take a pound.
But we shall summon tonight. I can't waste too much energy now. I have to gather my energy because tonight will be the night.
All I can say is don't go out tonight. Does anyone know what happened with the Senate hearing on crypto? Were they sitting today? Did they sit down and discuss it? Because I know Elizabeth Warren asked for
It was pretty
extension.
good.
But what's the lowdown? Can you fill me in?
And it was just a bunch of nothing spectacular, but it was all positive. Put it that way.
Continuing tomorrow. Is there more to come tomorrow, or are they done?
Not sure. I think that was it.
Aren't they supposed to vote?
Yeah, they screwed. I know they voted on the stable coin.
And
the Democrats, even though they were in favor of all of the positivity, they voted against it because they didn't want to get Donald Trump a win.
But aren't they majority? Minority?
Yeah, they said that most of the Democrats agreed, were in favor of pretty much everything, but they still denied it just because with the current situation, they did not want to give Donald Trump another win.
I just don't
So
understand the
basically,
logic behind that.
they just voted. They didn't vote in favor just out of spite.
Corrupt politicians. There is no logic.
Your country can burn, but as long as you get it your way, that's insane.
Well, they've gotten it their way, and we watched it burn.
Looks like Bitcoin got an angular resistance at 103,100. So we're just a little bit below that. If we get over that 103,100 angular resistance on the 15-minute,
That's
probably
where CME was.
it's right there. Yep. I'm all in. Let's go.
Yo, shout out to Samir, I think, that dropped something in YouTube for Drew's thing that he said. I don't know how it works, but just shout out.
We got a super chat.
I don't know how it all works.
Is there money next to it?
Yeah, but I don't know if it was like a different currency. It looked like it had like 3 decimal places.
Shout
That's
out to Nancy.
That's
Thanks for the super
Jordanian.
chat.
Jordanian. Yeah, it's me. It's me.
Nice.
Baby, nice.
Oh, very, very, very nice. Very nice.
This Drew is hilarious, man. I just really don't know how he got his brainstorm working.
Oh, yes, very nice. Everybody should do what I just did. Hit that notification bell on the YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe and like the video. You know what time it is. Game time. Everybody tighten on the bootstraps.
What are we thinking?
Hey, I'm just thinking. That's all.
Yeah, I'm just
No
catching
matter
up
what
here.
happens.
I finally got my little system set up. Got my Starbucks. Trying to
I'm
figure out.
thinking don't trade too much because it's an odd day. We have false move up on the stock market while we have false move down on the crypto, so it's a bit odd.
Oh,
Hey, I like that. I like the way that sounds. Oh, yeah.
Well, you really can't call it a false move because we didn't trap any longs or shorts this weekend.
I'm not thinking about that strategy. It's more the. You're right. You're right. We can't really call it a move down, but there is a bit of a shift, right? Like we're trading below the 15-minute EMA, holding support on the hourly, so it's still an uptrend. But there's a little bit of weakness in the chart where we left big wick on the hourly time frame at 106, and since then people were pressing sell. Well, price is going a bit down. Nothing major though. Just a little bit of weakness, which is 5% from the top to the bottom, by the way. Like it's not like it's small, percentage-wise. It is small compared to the up move though. But we did. I mean, we trapped when Bitcoin pumped to 106. A lot of longs got trapped up there. People going breakout long at 105 got trapped. You know, or the flow wise, we trapped longs up there. It's just not the weekend strategy I'm mentioning, but we have trap longs. We always have trap longs from the high point and trap shorts from the low point. The question is how much they represent compared to the what happened a bit before, the context of the overall, yeah, the context of price action.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you got a point there. You got a point.
And I think the context overall is still short squeeze because how are we not having positive funding rates, like very positive funding rates with all the FOMO going into alts and all? It should be very imbalanced to longs, but I think some people are adding that there are enough people adding to their losing shorts or opening new shorts, even with the spam to 105, exactly like what happened at 95. It seems similar. But maybe this time they'll win. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm just saying it seems a bit similar, no? Yeah. There's no crazy 0.03% rates or like it's not expensive to stay long. Even though the direction is clear, since we touched 74K, the direction is very clear. Well, to me, it became clear once we were above 78K. But now more and more people should be joining the bull side, yet it's not really what's happening. I guess we need that new all-time high to have really everybody join the bull side, and that's when we're going to see very high funding rates that are going to make it expensive to borrow money to go long. Because right now it's not expensive. It's really not expensive to just long, yeah. Which is odd.
yeah, no. It's actually a really good opportunity. It's if you look at the 4 hour, we are posting a green candle, and we are below the channel, which would suggest correcting back into the channel somewhere around the 104 533 area, 104 500. But I think just people seeing it shake like that for the first time is causing a lot of hesitation, unfortunately.
I think if we lose 99.5, then I might give up. I mean, it would be a a bit late, but at that point you can assume a top is a bit in the chart, right? But for now, we're not even wicking below 100,700, right? 100. So it did went down to, well, it found support at 100k basically, you know. Yeah, we touched 106 almost, and we came back down to 100, found support there, and are getting a bounce up from that support. That needs to be a bit better defined, no? Like we might want to put a double bottom there, or I don't know, some like you said 4-hour chart. When you look at the 4-hour, well, we have a candle, and then a green candle that's bullish engulfing, but that candle closes, you know, in 45 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we might have a bit more, well, yeah, in 45 minutes, you'll know if it's a bullish engulfing or not, but that's all. It's like there's no, on the forward, there's no pattern. It's just one candle down and one candle up. So maybe we'll do like a double bottom at 101,800, or maybe we'll put like the support I'm mentioning at 100,000 is not confirmed. It's just a wick down to 100,000. It found support. It's bouncing. We don't need to confirm it, but it would be higher probability if we come back again. Maybe not all the way down to 100, but you could at least get your higher low. Rick was mentioning in like well, maybe more like tomorrow.
If you don't have candle history, sometimes even the Fibonacci can help out. Fibonacci retracement.
But the move has been very aggressive up, and then we've seen sideways grinding, and now we have a dump, 5% down. If this recovers, it doesn't need to put a double bottom. Like we could just go straight for a new high above 106.
We're going to $137,000.
And if we do that, it's gonna give a short opportunity, right? If you put a new high above 105 with this red candle, it's like a precursor sign to the low likelihood of a trend reversal. Talking about the trend, by the way, this is still a lower high, so the trend is still down. I'm half joking. So I can TP when we put a new all-time high, because at that point, yeah, we're really going up.
So realistically, what would you think if we get back towards all-time high and we build pressure there and we pop, you know, the all-time high, and, you know, we're going to get some follow through usually. I don't think it's just going to dump. What do you think that initial 15-minute candle is going to look? How high do you think we can get in the first 15 minutes of breaking all-time high? Because I think we can get up to 117,000.
I think so many shorts are going to open at 112 that we might continue the short squeeze, actually. I don't know. We're not there.
117. 117. Maybe 118.
Now, let's make it a very small high for the short time frame play, right? Because if it pumps too much, then the opportunity is not interesting, right?
That's not that much, though. That's not too much if you think about it. 117, zoom out. It's right there.
It's 5%, right? It's not a lot, you're right, but it's roughly 5%. But if price goes 5% higher than the previous high, my stop loss is 1%, right? So I will still wait for price to come back below 110 to go short. But my stop loss will be at 111. So that's why I'd rather price not pump too much on the 15-minute. Now on the bigger time frames, let's go more like 130 for a partial TP, and then the full cycle exit for me it's 180. So if I see 180, I know what to do. I don't know when it's gonna happen. I don't know if it's gonna happen, but if I see price at 180, it's the plan. And nothing changes.
You're not gonna wait. What if you see 177? Don't you want to be safe?
Now for my leverage, you know, for some of the recent plays, I cut or the scalps, yeah, I'll probably play them way before we get to 180. But for like the spot bag and all, I wanna exit there, not before, not after. There.
Man, don't be stuck on 180. If you get close to there, to get out. If you get close to there, man. If you get to
if I see 176, yeah. If I see a double top at 175, yeah, I will.
Yeah, exactly. All right, looks like we're getting some buys coming in. We're approaching the local angular resistance that Bitcoin has. It's just a small, I just drew a little trend line on these last two little lower highs. And if it gets back over 103,310,000, 103,010, then we can break that resistance. And Doge has resistance right above its head at 23,000, or no, 0.233. I'm gonna say 23,000 Doge.
But it's
Oh,
we are so
Liquidity-
close
okay,
to.
pop.
You know, even if it doesn't happen today and we continue down and come back down to 100K and even not find support there and go down to 95, I still think this bounce came way too close to the previous high to not increase the probability of getting the new high.
Well,
Yeah,
It's
I've
the
got
same on the stock market, like it's the target.
Yeah, I thought the probability is very much increasing every minute, but I was looking at 97,500. I was thinking we were going to hit that, but since we didn't even get close to 100, we got kind of close. But yeah, I think the probability, what you're saying, is growing.
Well, yeah,
my
just pumped like hell. It's pretty strong.
my
on low,
Ichimoku. Let's go ahead. Sorry.
on low volume though. Overall, the whole thing is very low, but it's normal. The volume will come at 110. I have no doubts about that. Well, 108.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my Ichimoku has our kind of our top, or our reflection point being somewhere around 109.5, 109.6. And the bottom of that range would be 97.5. So, like at the utmost, I think that's kind of what we'll see if things, push through each level of support, each level of resistance on the way up and on the way down. At least until we build some more gas.
For me, any idea in a short is expecting Bitcoin to start trading below 99.5 and get back in the old range again to catch the move from 100 down to 90, basically. So whatever, like, yeah, that's the overall swing short idea, I guess I have. And
Alright,
while still holding longs from the previous correction.
We broke a little local horizontal resistance too. At the same time, just broke the descending angular as well.
Hey, I told you, put your bootstraps on. Tie them up. Tie the bootstraps, Houston.
Big buys. Big buys.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
All right, I'll be back. I'll see you guys at Doge at $1 later.
See you
Hey,
next
check in
fencing
with us when
round.
it hits 69.
Hey guys, that's a up and handle on the 5 minutes time range. Bitcoin.
Yep.
First time I recognize a cup handle. I'm so proud of myself.
Hey, pat yourself on the back there, bud. Yeah. Congratulations. Yeah.
It's an
We're glad we
ancient
got to
cup
be here for you,
handle.
with you.
Yeah, it's funny because if you look at this by Elliott Wave's idea, so since 74K, I need to chart it and post it to explain it. But the trap here was the ending diagonal that made people think it was the end of a third leg up. Since 74, you could have drawn your account 74 to 83. Then you had your down. Second leg up that holds above the first one, that's also bigger than the first one, and then that third leg up ending in a ending diagonal, while broadening upward wedge between 94 and 98, and there probably it's one factor that also made a lot people go a lot short around 95, 98, which explains a bit the continuation of the short squeeze upward. And we end up at 105 with funding rates that are nowhere near close to what they were last time we were here. So Bitcoin was able to completely reset the money distribution between buyers and sellers, while coming back to the same point it was like 6 months ago. In December we were here, in January we were here, and now in May we're in the same area, but very different context. We're not coming from a 2x increase in price. Last time we were coming from 50K up to 110. This time we're coming from higher, from 75K to 110. So there's been, price has moved less up than last time for now. But yeah, third Elliott wave ending diagonal that instead of breaking down broke up. So your count was wrong. In the end, you would, I think you would, you just, you could still, wait, 1, 2, 3. No, you could still consider that this now is the end of your third up leg. I don't know, but when you zoom out Elliott-wise, we are inside the third up leg. It started at 50K. But for now, it only has 1 up, 2 down. We're trying a 3 up. That 3 up needs to go up a lot. Yeah, needs to go up like to 130K at least. Yeah, more like 140 even. And if price reaches 140 and then starts a bit of a correction and holds above 108, you might still expect another up push, and that's more like in October, November next year. Yeah. In a very bullish scenario. Now, the bearish scenario is that Bitcoin, well, basically just does what it does last cycle. Huh? You had 65K, 69K, higher high. Well, maybe we can end up with 110, 115, higher high, and yeah, I mean, coming back below 110 after putting a new all-time high is going to be, for me, it's going to be very bearish potential. Like the potential is there. It doesn't mean it is likely to happen. It just means that the potential is pretty huge to the downside. Like if we can't break out and stay above 110, then we're putting a nice topping formation here that took us 6 months to put in the chart. So it might stay as a topping pattern for 6 months or even a year, or even, well, last time it stayed topping pattern for 3 years. So it could even stay for 3 years. Just to mention a bearish scenario, because they exist also. It would be a bit early in the cycle for Bitcoin to top. Well, it depends. Maybe we're just going to spend 6 months up here between 100 and 110. That would be horrible, actually. Well, it would be boring. I think BlackRock can suppress the blow-off top. And blow-off top is my preferred scenario because it didn't happen in a while. Like we didn't get it last time. You have to go to the previous cycle to find a blow-off top, the pump to 20K, where you don't put a higher high and you just put lower highs after that, significant lower highs. Not just not as close as Bitcoin is right now to its previous high. Like this is it's way too close. I'm done. That's it. Either we pump like hell or we dump like hell. Those are the entertaining scenarios.
I mean, you could have just said, I don't know, Zeusy.
No, it's just to get a bit of a bearish outlook too, right? But yeah, obviously nobody knows. I don't. Maybe Trump knows. Well, he doesn't either.
Or Pelosi knows.
Putin knows if he's gonna sign that peace deal or not. Because I did read the news a bit, and this up move is it. I'm not sure if it's fueled by that tariff news. It might be more the peace news too, right? And unfortunately, we live in a world where peace might be bearish, at least short term. Imagine Germany canceling the F-32 buys because there's no need anymore. With the weapon stocks as high as they are currently,
Yeah, I never really understood why we stopped going into outer space off the planet for decades. I mean, made no sense to me.
But because Russia collapsed.
Maybe they figured out that it didn't work the first time. And they were like, hey, let's
Ah,
just
I go-
launder money through NASA. That's a good way to get by.
It was a race, a competition against the communists, and when the communists collapsed, there was no need for more funding. Or actually, you didn't even need to wait for the communists to collapse. As soon as capitalism won the race, they stopped funding it. Like Apollo program the funding got stopped in 1971 after they achieved success. There was no point in continuing because there's nobody to beat. But it's unfortunately the bad stuff of capitalism. It doesn't invest in things that are not necessary. Well, it's true for everybody actually. But
Do
it's
we
gotta make
invest in
money.
things that are necessary too?
I mean, then you couple that with a bunch of corrupt pieces of garbage in our legislation and in
Yeah.
government, and they just fund all kinds of crap, bro. I mean, I
Right.
will preach it
Realistically,
and preach it. America is literally the most wealthiest country.
with the
We
largest wage
Americans
gap. Yeah.
feed this country so much money, it is unreal. And then people die before they get their social security, so they feed it even more. I mean, we just have an endless supply of money, and they just keep squandering it, bro.
Right. Well, like we're hamstrung by legislation. And I would say we do invest in tons of things that are unnecessary, right? And actually detrimental. So, if you're talking about like, if it's not part of the what's considered necessary for the military industrial complex, right? That we don't really invest in, but we also overpay, right? Because so we set prices at a certain rate, which changes prices across the board, and all of that stuff um, trickles down and inflates larger at the bottom end than it does the top end. So, you know,
Yeah, my point is just imagine like to go to Mars and to continue exploring space with humans, we need a competitor to do it. So I don't think any country can compete right now with American tech in space. So it's just not going to happen anytime soon. But if
yeah.
another country like China catches up and starts sending humans to the moon or whatever they're going to do, then it might open more funding in, well, Congress will probably want to fund more to beat them, right? So there'll be a war driver to, well, there'll be a political driver to that, getting the funding to do it. Because it's just a money thing, like going to Mars, it's just about money. You don't need any new tech to do it. We can literally do it. We could have done it 30 years ago.
Well, yeah, it's about transporting things to Mars and terraforming Mars. If that's, you know, we
That's much
we
longer
have the
term, but
money to
you
go
could,
there. Yeah.
with enough funding right now, you could send a few humans to Mars, put a flag, and come back. But what's the point? Like,
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
What is the point? Hey, here's the deal.
How do we know there's
If we
not
could do it, we
already?
would do it.
but
We don't do
no,
it.
but
Why don't we do it? Because
if
we
you have
can't
like
do it.
China, if you have China to beat to Mars, then you'll do it. But if you have nobody to beat, why would you invest in doing that?
To launder money. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
That's what the
Well,
U.S. government uses to launder American taxpayer dollars. Then everybody got caught on to NASA. And then it was like, oh, let's just SpaceX it up. Call me crazy. I like it when I get called crazy. I'm just joking here. I'm just watching this, anticipating rockets right now.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
thinking
gonna get some
Bitcoin's
good
gonna take me to
movement.
the moon and Ethereum.
WIF has been really good the last couple of days for me. Actually, Bitcoin liquidated my positions on WIF. I was up like 400, and then I forgot that I had a Bitcoin open, and I guess whenever I tried to set my my stop loss and my take profits. It didn't actually send the order through or the position through, so I ended up getting completely let off that. Too bad, but
We need an interplanetary crypto. Well, I guess it's gonna be Bitcoin now.
it's gonna be Bitcoin, yeah, right? Like it already is the interplanetary, but crypto. We just, we just don't have it on other planets yet.
You know what's disturbing? Watching China's videography that they give to their people of their moon landings and the footage that they actually share. Cause I swear, bro, I was designing that crap on 3D Studio Max like in 1998.
Well, they made a space station, I think. Right. So they're like 30 years behind. But they're catching up.
Zeus, you gotta find some Chinese space footage of them landing on the moon, bro, and you gotta watch it. Just tell me how
But that's
legit it
just
is.
AI generated. China never landed on the moon. Not humans. They landed probes.
Yeah, well, I
Not,
mean,
not,
even that footage, you gotta watch it, man. You have to watch it.
yeah.
They saw
no,
Americas and they were like,
no.
"Hey, watch this."
I want to watch fake footage. No thanks. Any news on the Doge rocket?
I don't know. Did Doge go to the moon? I guess Doge already made it to the moon, so it can't go to the moon anymore.
Yeah, it's not a good time to bring that narrative back. Right? Yeah, you're right. Let's wait for the higher high above 48 cents.
Yeah. Oh, I can use merging. Yeah.
There's new resistance at 107. Seems to coincide with the one who bought 103 just a few minutes ago.
XRP is attempting to re-hit the 50 EMA on the 15-minute. Hopefully it can go above it.
Yeah, it's a bit late in the move, so traders see opportunity in there now, and I guess that's why it's moving up more than other alts today. What's Solana doing at 174? It was at 174 yesterday and the day before and the day before. Like, what's it doing there? It's just I'm gonna chill just below 180.
Everybody start chanting 103, 103, Google gobble, Google gobble.
Well, 103 isn't. The issue is that SFP at 105 there. I was sleeping when it happened, but I don't know what happened exactly. But it's a bad candle at 106, especially like on the hourly time frame. But we leave wicks to explore wicks. That works to both sides. There's some unfinished business at 106, no?
I agree,
And
I agree.
more cells are piling up there. Like originally the level was 105. We took it out. There was like 300 Bitcoin on Binance USDT at 105. So it got eaten, but now it's reappearing. There's 80 Bitcoin there. It's really not a lot, but it's reappearing a bit higher at 106, 107. You again, we have a roughly 500 BTC sell wall between 105 and 107. So it's yeah, and then the resting order is 110. That one hasn't moved since January. It's been there since the double top at 109 in January. So you have 350 Bitcoin at 110, and above that, there's like 5,000. Every $5,000, you have every 5% there are some sell walls. So you have 115, 120, 125, 130. They forgot 135. Well, yeah. There's probably someone DCAing out, no? Just grid potted. Oh no, it might be a liquidity provider. Just in case someone does something crazy and comes up with billions of dollars. He's providing a bit of sell balls at 130,000.
Don't tempt Drew, you Zuzi, man. He'll start dipping into some bags.
Well, he did. They bought at 74 though. Yesterday, someone mentioned, last year in 2024, we put a lot of lower highs during like all the way till the end of the year. The whole year, like March 2024, you find the top, and then the whole year you were putting lower highs. But I was looking in that a bit, and in May of last year, you get a top that you double top with in June. So even in that scenario of it's just a lower high, there's a lot of time for alts to catch up a bit if there's going to be some bullish sentiment in the market and all. Because even if this is a lower high, I mean, if it is similar to what happened last year, which it really doesn't have any reason to be, but a lot of people are just going to look on the left and they're going to compare this to what happened last year. And it's true that it is a bit similar. But yeah, if the same thing was to play out, then you would get a double top in June with the current high. So a lot of time for alts to rise. And also you wouldn't drop below 95k. So you'd still be below 99.5 a bit. But you'd find support again at 95 to go back up to 106. And then you'd put a new low below 74. Oh boy. Not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I don't want to take that ride again.
Well, if we start trading below 99.5, I think it's the probability of going to 90k kind of increases.
Or 198.
Yeah, but I don't wanna.
But maybe it'll hold support in the middle, which is 95. Where we should have stopped pumping in the case of a continuation of the correction. Because it was enough of a pump up to get rid of all the shorts. But yeah, we pushed another whole level higher. And I think at this point, it's kind of very likely to just put the new all-time high. And the timing, well, May isn't, well, yeah, 12th May gave us a red candle in the end, right? The daily is going to open in 5 minutes. This is a very small red candle, though. But maybe that's a sign of the bullishness that's yet to come. Because we're supposed to get a big dip in May, but we're like getting a 5% red candle that got bought up. Mostly. Not fully, but mostly. Yeah. If all sell in May and walk away, if all it can achieve is a 5% red candle, maybe the market is really bullish. But we'll only know at the end of May. Like, that's still in 2 weeks. Huh?
Okay, Tokyo, it's your time to shine.
Oh yeah, the yen is at the same level as in 1990 compared to the dollar. So I mean, it would be nice for the currency to shine a bit. Notice how Dixie also went up a bit today. Or the daily is in, by the way. Dixie went up with the stock market today. So money moving to America. I don't know from where because it didn't exit Europe. Yeah, everything was green. Gold was red, so maybe money moving from gold to stock market. Yeah. So last week this up move started on Tuesday morning, right? No, could it be coincidence that it does something similar this week? We were a bit of a red Monday, and then just basically only green after that. Can we do that, please? Maybe give us a red Friday. But yeah, why not? That'd be fine with 3 green candles in a row again. Explore the wick. Just give us a double bottom at 100k, whatever. And then only green, please. All right, with that wishes to market maker, it's time for me to say trade safe.
See you next time, Zuzi.
Have a good night, brother.
What happened? Too much silence. We're dumping.
No.
Yes, yes.
No, 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 no.
You open long, bro?
Nah, nah, this is actually better for me. I've been waiting. I've been waiting.
I was waiting to. I took my profits on the long, so now I watching when where we gonna
Yeah.
stop.
I got lucky last night before I went to sleep. I put some TPs on and it actually hit and then came back down.
Nice, bro. Nice. I'm happy for you.
I've just been waiting since then.
Profit is always profit, bro. Better a little profit than lose.
Yeah. So
I need 97K.
What up, Dbloc? How you doing?
Doubles. Doubles.
Doubles.
We haven't given up yet.
We ain't got no quit in us, coach.
You got this.
Bounced off the 800. EMA on the 5.
Bounce it, bounce.
On ETH, excuse me.
Hey, whatever. Bounce on ETH, bounce on Bitcoin, bounce on Doge. Let's bounce.
That's what I'm saying, baby. We all in this game together.
Tis a mystic night tonight. I think we might have a shift in the atmosphere. Usually Mondays are quite grim and bleak and quite monotone and mundane, but I think this Monday evening we might have some surprises. The cats are howling. Yeah, there he goes. All I gotta do is give him a shove and he meows on command. What you want? What do you want? Oh, you're saying we're about to pump? You want me to buy more? Oh, more? Well, I don't know if I should buy more because I already got a lot of Doge. Oh, you want me to buy some Popcat? Oh, that's what you want to buy. Well, too bad. Oh, you want me to buy some Mog? No, sorry. Not going to do it. Yeah, he's confused. Like, why are you buying Doge? Why can't you buy a cat coin? Oh, you know why. You were around back in the Doge days. You remember. How do you think I bought your catio? That was with Doge money. That nice fancy catio you got outside? Yeah, that was all with Doge money. You better pay your respects, Mr. Meow Meow.
Dogs and the bulls for the cats.
Yeah, they got the nicest catio on the block. I mean, there's no other houses on the block, but you know what I'm saying.
The catio.
Yeah, it used to be my patio, and I turned it into their catio.
I believe. I
Oh,
believe.
yeah, we got this. I'm telling you, we got this.
I'm gonna need major rockets. I'm gonna need a lot of rockets in the near future.
Oh, they're loading up right now. They need some fuel. We'll get them though.
To be fair, I don't need them, but damn, I'd love to see them.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Yeah, I'm on the 1 minute. Who got a problem with that?
Ain't nobody.
I know most of you guys over here on the 30-second, 15-second. I see you guys. See what I do? I keep my Bitcoin on the minute. I keep it pretty zoomed out. And whatever I'm trading, I keep that on the 1505 usually. And then when I'm going in and going out, I got to zoom into the Maximus. But yeah, right here, this is a crucial area. So if Bitcoin's able to
Agreed.
hold this for a little longer, I think the bulls might try to step up and, maybe the market makers might want to help this. Maybe someone, maybe some institution. Anybody help us, please, somebody?
Mayday. Mayday. If there's anybody out there who needs you to be bullish, not financial advice and just jokes. Not financial advice.
Maybe the banks, maybe the government, one of you guys.
Anybody. Not financial advice.
All we need to do is push this Bitcoin all the time. That's all we want. Break that ATH. Is it too much to ask?
Seriously, anyone. Help my friend. Help your friend. Your friend's my friend's his. Not financial advice. I think of like so many R. Kelly songs, but like, can't really sing those anymore, But
Yeah, not a good look.
no, but there's just so many.
Be careful. Don't get Qui-Gon. Don't get Qui-Gon in here. He'll start singing.
I like what I'm seeing right now.
We're seeing a creep. Bitcoin just slowly creep when everyone's looking away.
Hey, I'm still
Yep.
looking.
A lot of people took their profit. They're hanging out, partying. Like, oh, yeah, we
They're
got
like,
it.
oh, are we going to go up or are we going to go down?
Everyone putting in their shorts. We're just going to squeeze. Right now, the bears are like, wait, is he for real? Is that what's happening right now before our eyes? Man, once we break 103,200, you bears are toast. Finito.
Oh, yeah.
God. Sayonara. See you later. Time to switch your costume.
Hasta luego.
Hasta luego, baby. What's wiggle?
Hey, I don't know, man. See you later is all I know.
It's hasta la vista, man. Nope. High level intel telling me that Europe is going to war with Russia on May 15th. Uh-oh.
Hey, generally speaking, war means rockets.
This is some high level intel I got here. Time to bring in those tomatoes. Get that A1 sauce. Stoke up on those preps.
Who'd you say? Did you say Europe and Russia?
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, man.
There's a lot going on out there.
A lot going on, man. I'm telling you. It's about to pop off. War is bullish, you know that, right?
Yeah. How could I forget?
In future wars, soldiers aren't going to be getting hurt anymore. It's just going to be drones versus drones. Soldiers are going to be sitting in their bedroom somewhere comfy, just with their little joystick, driving around their avatar. So these are the last days we'll see human-to-human combat. We're going to be stepping into a new era. Next generation is just going to have a different aspect and viewpoint on war. They're going to be like, oh, it's time to pump the charts. Let's get those drones. But I feel doom is near. Wait, oh my god, I gotta show. And Dracula's coming into me again. I gotta calm down and get a little crazy in these full moons. I must calm down. I must go get some water. I'll be back. All right, whew, I had to shake that off a little bit. Yeah. Felt like Count Dojula was about to come creep into me again.
You're gonna be okay, soldier.
Gotta be careful these full moons. Start getting those hairy knuckles. I'm looking at my knuckle right now. I'm seeing they're getting a little bit hairy. Gotta be careful.
Be careful, soldier.
Last time this happened, I woke up in a dog pound, butt naked, with a belt around my butt.
Who let the dogs out?
They said the dog catcher picked me up. I was sniffing a pool. Dog catcher was amazed how fast I could run on my fours, like I was using my front legs, my front arms, you know? Just feels like my arms extend a little bit during the full moon. Oh, I feel it coming again. Oh. I woke up in a dog pound, butt naked, with a belt around my butt. Who let the dogs out? I feel the forces coming in for this full moon is here. Oh, I
Did you
must
say
go
hairy
before the
nipples or hairy
sorcery comes.
nipples?
This sorcery is dangerous. I must say it possesses so much power. Oh, I got to be careful. I'll be right back. My catcher was amazed how fast I could run up my fours. Like I was using my front legs, my front arms, you know. Just feels like my arms extend a little bit during the full moon. Coming again. Oh. I woke up in a dog pound, butt naked, with a belt around my butt.
For the record, when the question's asked who let the dogs out, the answer's Drew. Drew.
You let the dogs out. Oof. Oof.
Drew. Because Drew's always the one letting the dogs out. He, anyway.
He's the rocket man.
So do you guys think it's a coincidence that Elon Musk's agency or whatever, he was part of the Department of, wasn't his agency, but the Department of Government Efficiency. Do you think that was like a coincidence that, or like, did he plot that? Did he coin the Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency? Or
Yeah,
that?
I'm pretty sure he made that, Drew, and it just happened to have worked, you know. He might have even used a thesaurus to freaking make that DOGE work, you know.
Yeah, I mean, he probably asked his Grok. He's like, Grok, come up with something cool. And Grok was like, here you go. Bang. But so, I mean, they let it fly, right? But I think he's really plotting. Like, he's plotting on that stuff he was talking about before. Was like, I forget what exactly the end game would be, but it seems like he wants the market cap of Doge to be bigger than the market cap of the US dollar. That seems to be his end game in this whole thing, in my opinion, with Doge, his relation to Doge. Like, if he can do that, then he'll say, mission accomplished. Regarding Doge, once it becomes more powerful than the dollar, I think it'll take about 30 years to do something like that, maybe 20. But now, since that name has gotten already kind of normalized, connected with government, Department of Government Efficiency, and I'm wondering, is that a technique, like to get in the subconscious of like a hive mind kind of mentality of making it acceptable of something so left wing, so far off, like, not left wing, but left field, basically, with, saying, all right, well, would a monetary unit be called Doge in the future? Would that be something legit, something that the government could get down with? And now we have proof, like, hey, it could fly. It's got wings already, and it's getting circulated. The name is just getting pushed out more and more. So you never know, man. Maybe he's plotting on some like 5-dimensional chess right now, and he's still trying to get that Doge to dominate.
I mean, it's possible, sure. I mean, him and his son probably still have a huge stake in Doge coin, you know.
Oh yeah, he's got big bags. Tesla has a big bag of Doge. It's a publicly
Big old bags.
Yeah, big bags, big bags. He's got Ethereum too. He's got Bitcoin. But I'm wondering, like, so if he is plotting on being like, you know, the person responsible for changing, like, not monetary policy, but helping push it, I still think it's just going to be part of like a bigger puzzle that the connection is going to be a digital dollar that's issued by the Fed, and whatever's kind of playing off of that and being traded against that first, I think is going to get the cream of the crop. You know, the first dibs, first mover advantage. And I don't think it's going to be a central bank coin anymore. Now that I think about it, that's just like that goes against the Dbloc kind of. He said something that rang a bell to me. He was like, "Yeah, you know, why would the states want that? You know, it's like they're trying to stop it, and that's the central bank digital coin. But a federally issued that's not connected to the central banks, they might pass it if it gives a benefit to the state, and they know that it's not connected to central banks. So I think, you know, that might be a next move. You know, we might see a digital dollar come out that's Fed issued, even though we already got like dollar in the digitized form, you know, on the SWIFT system and everything. But to have an official dollar that we can say is the ones like just the way Coinbase was backing their digital USDC with a dollar 1-to-1, the government could say, okay, now we have a reason to have something backing, you know, so we're stepping out of the fiat realm and we're going to back it with this digital coin we call the US dollar. So every US dollar that we airdrop to whatever we mint, we're going to have to hold in our reserves $1, and the paper itself becomes the valuable thing. Like the gold used to be the backing of the dollar. Now we're just going to have paper, you know, bonds and paper backing a digital dollar. So that's going to be what gives the digital dollar its strength. It's going to be the paper dollar, which is crazy. And now I'm thinking like the shortage of cash that's happening a lot in like banks and like even places like Walmart, they're running out of funds. Oh, we're dropping a little bit here. Bitcoin better hold this low or else I might have to dump this. Don't make me dump this Doge, Bitcoin. Or should I just dollar cost average? Because I got a little more dry powder on deck. Yeah, probably dollar cost average. I'm not dumping no more Doge. No, Bitcoin, you're not going to get me to dump this Doge, okay? But yeah, I forgot where I was at. But yeah, it's a long story short. Digital dollar coming. I think Doge is going to be placed pretty well. I think we're going to have some ETFs coming soon. You guys are going to get sick of me showing this Doge because I'm going to be showing hard until Dbloc tells me to stop.
Drew, I was just watching this video on YouTube, some short, and it was talking about Dubai money. And the money in Dubai, dude, they're just so filthy rich that their bills are layered in gold. People, they don't know whether to sell it or to keep it.
I mean, they just got fountains of money. Imagine just having a fountain of money that just gushes money out of it. Like, you don't really have to do too much because everybody knows you got that fountain and they process it for you. You just got to, you know, give it to them in a barrel. That's basically all they got to do. All that oil they got, it's just gushing money. Put it in a barrel and give it to someone. Bang, we're rich. I mean, it's not that easy putting in a barrel, you know, that takes some work, but you know. Yeah, man, they're paid there. They got money galore. and they're getting deeper and deeper in crypto. They're digging their heels in crypto, and definitely some gambleholics because a lot of gambling is restricted in those areas. So you know what happens when you restrict someone from doing something? They end up doing it more when they're exposed to it a lot of the times,
Yeah,
unless they're
true.
fast, you know. There we go. Someone just made a nice little buy. That's what I'm talking about. I know you bulls are out there. How does that work? I'm wondering, like, what's considered gambling? You know, and let's say in cultures like that, like, where do they draw the line? So, like, no poker, but you can trade assets. Like, does it have to be a long-term position to not be considered gambling? I wonder what they're like. Kind of. I'm gonna look that up when I got a second. Can't look it up now because my eyes are peeled on this Doge.
You still in, Drew?
Oh yeah, I just doubled down. I just bought a little bit more right here. Should have tripled down. This is my third buy.
22's been holding, no?
Man, it's trying. It's 22 cents right now. Bitcoin just hovering above that 100K. So I'm hoping Bitcoin keeps its distance from 100K, at least of, this little buffer. We're at 101, 102. Hopefully Bitcoin stays above 102. And then I think a lot of these alts are going to be able to start doing its thing. Bitcoin, even if it goes to 97, 96, but anything under 97, 96, I think is going to get iffy if Bitcoin gets under there. But yeah, I'm just accumulating in case I think Bitcoin's going to want to try to do another all-time high since it's gotten so close. The bulls got to have enough energy to do it. They're not going to walk away and let this die from here. I think they got enough gas to do it. If we were a little bit further, I'd say no, but we're too close to the top to not touch it, at least. And I think we're not just going to touch it. We're going to break it. And there's probably some big bears that are exhausting these bulls up there too, like They're just unloading. But I think there's more money on the side than money in position waiting to make moves right now. I think majority of the money that's in position doesn't really plan on making big moves just yet. But the money that's on the sideline wants to make moves ASAP, and they're getting impatient, and they're starting to feel that FOMO. Bitcoin back over 100K, steady holding its ground on a Monday night. Could set it off for a bullish week if we hold this 100K. Difficult to stay up here too. I mean, that's going to be tough on the Bulls to maintain 100K. But if they could do it, it's on. We saw the global crypto market cap grow a little bit, so that's good. It's a good sign. It's not just back and forth seesaw action. We actually got some fresh blood in here. And the SEC is crypto friendly right now. They're getting ready to regulate, which some people don't like regulation, but you know, they want that money to come in, and that big money is not going to come in unless there's proper regulation. And that's, I think, that's a fact. You know, there's going to be money that wants to creep through under the table, but the big money that's waiting to get in, they can't unless there's proper regulation. It's impossible. And now the rules are going to be clear. I think, you know, they've been very, very blurry, very kind of, I don't know, just dull rules that nobody can understand, and they contradict their own rules basically that they said on a lot of their statements. So hopefully this guy Atkins is going to make things clear. And he admitted, he's like, hey, the SEC's existing rules don't work well with blockchain. Like, he said that. He admitted, he's like, they screwed up. So he didn't hold back on criticizing the agency at all. And he's like, dude, they, you know, I forget what he said. Something like they buried their heads in the sand and they were just hope crypto would go away. So he was saying stuff like that. But he knows what's up. I think he's going to switch it up. If you draw a 6-hour chart and you do a trend line, it's a inclining trend line, starting when we first pumped on April 22nd, just the top of that, and that's from 94,600. You just connect all the higher highs from the first stage of that bull flag we were in up until May 2nd. A perfect trend line would just draw that diagonal. It's inclining angular resistance. We tested that as support perfectly on Bitcoin. Like, I'm talking about drop on, like, just, you know, on a dime, it just turned around. So, you know, yeah, it looks like it's in no man's land, like it turned around in the middle of a vector. But if you see that inclining angular resistance that it tested as support on Bitcoin 6 hour, 4 hour, 2 hour, even 1 hour, whatever, you could see did a perfect touch on that. So hopefully that could be a bullish bounce right there. That's all it's needed, you know, is a little scam wick down there and then bang, keep it moving.
Hey, where are the bulls at?
They're slowly creeping in here. I've been seeing some buys come up on this order book.
Oh, yeah.
Got to get this baby back over 103. Start dancing on top of 103. And we should be able to see some fireworks and some rockets tonight. I'll be right back. So Bitwise filed for a Doge ETF, and the SEC is expected to deliver its decision on a Doge ETF on May 18th.
Well, you know what the answer is going to be. It's going to be yeah.
Also, a company called 21 Shares, they also filed for a Dogecoin ETF. And that was on April 9th, they filed. And the SEC on the 12th, oh, that's today. They accepted the application for the Bitwise Doge. Okay. So the application was accepted. They haven't, approved it yet, but that's a good sign that they accepted the application.
You could feel in your bones before you knew it. Incredible.
Yeah.
The Doge is in ye.
So Bloomberg Intelligence, they dropped their ETF approval odds for 2025. They said Litecoin and Solana have a 90% chance of approval. XRP, 85% chance of approval. Dogecoin has an 80% chance of approval. And ADA and AVAX and DOT have a 75% chance of approval. That also said H bar has an 80%. Big buy, big buy. These bulls ain't giving up. I told you they ain't giving up. We got this. You dirty two-timing devil. Why you gonna go dump on my head like that? Wow, I'm not selling. I'm holding. Hold Doro. Hold the line, soldiers. Hold the line. It's probably gonna dump here, but I'm holding because I'm logo. As a matter of fact, I might have to sprinkle here at 0.22143 on my little doji doge. Do a little double bottom here, why don't we? A little double bottom action, yeah. I won't mind if I do. Yo, Sonny, it's as safe as your security is safe. You know, Coinbase, in my opinion, is a very safe exchange. But the question is, are you safe? You got two ways. You can deposit it with your ACH deposit. Just connect your bank account, or you can just do it with a Visa debit card.
Oh, how long does the ACH usually take on Coinbase?
I mean, you can trade as soon as it's immediate. Like they make the funds available to trade immediate, but you can't cash it out for like 5 business days.
Yeah, gotcha. Thank you.
But what I do is I pay the extra $29 a month, and I mean it's worth it because when you buy USDC and you just onboard there's no charge whatsoever, and they give you a debit card limit of 7,000 per day or something. It depends, 7,500, but it's it's free to onboard your crypto that way. Well, not free because you're paying $29 a month, but if you wouldn't be paying the $29 a month for Coinbase One, you'd end up paying like hundreds and hundreds of dollars just in the transaction fees to get the money onboarded. If you're like onboarding a few $1,000 a month.
Yeah, that's what I onboard on Coinbase.
Yeah, and if you want to get crypto on Coinbase without using the bank, I mean, the only option is like a debit card. You could use a prepaid debit card. You can use PayPal. You could use Apple, or some places don't do Apple Pay. What else? I mean, you can do another third-party app and just send crypto to Coinbase if you want.
Have you ever used on-chain?
No, never used it.
Oh, did you guys get any pop-up notification for tax info from Coinbase today? Because of the new regulations?
I might have. I didn't check. I don't know. I didn't see it if I did. All right, Doge, you make it a little lower low here. All right, you guys dumping on my head. Okay. Just gonna gear up some more. Oh, I'll be right back. Get some more drop out. You know what's interesting? Dogecoin got twice as much volume as BNB, but BNB is 5th place and Doge is 8th. And that's because BNB is artificially injected.
I'm calling fraud on this one. FRAUD. Fraud.
Yeah, straight up. Like today, today's 24-hour volume on BNB coin, $2.6 billion. Today's volume so far on Dogecoin, $4.4 billion. Let's see, Ethereum, we got 31 billion, 31.6, and Bitcoin almost, actually double, 62 billion. So that's Ethereum, even though it doesn't even have half of Bitcoin's market cap, it has half of its trading volume. So that's pretty good for Ethereum. If you think about it, because Bitcoin's market cap's at 2 trillion right now, and Ethereum's not even at half a billion yet. Or not, I mean, not half a trillion yet. It's at 293 billion. And XRP is sitting at $142 billion. That's wild. BNB 91 billion, Solana 87 billion, USDC 60, and Doge 32 billion. Cardano is right under Doge at 27 billion.
Billion with a B.
Yeah.
What are you guys' thoughts for CPI tomorrow?
I think we're gonna pump. I think CPI is gonna drop, market's gonna drop a little bit, and then bang, catch everyone off guard. Rip it. I don't follow that stuff too much. Actually, I don't follow it at all. I'm a simple man. I look at naked charts. Wagwan, check no. Smoke a sensimilia, look at the chart, man. Worry about no CPI data, man. Worry about no power. Me worry about me looking at the naked chart, man. Like a beautiful woman. All right, someone's buying a little bit of Bitcoin here. There you go. A little bitty action. I think I'm gonna have to go crack an apple cider. It's one of those nights. Don't make me pull out the brandy.
Hey, get it cracking. Get the cracking.
Don't make me pull out the brandy. I'm just gonna pull out a nice dry apple cider.
Oh, man's got the fridge right by his desk. Oh, yeah.
Man, I had to walk to the kitchen. I'm in the kitchen right now.
Close enough. Hey, pop it up again.
Salud, salud. Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. I cracked my cider.
Cider gets cracked, bears get whacked. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin, Solana, whatever you hold, XRP to the moon. But if you're holding some ADA, I don't know about that. Sorry, ADA.
Hey, it's all going up. It's all going up.
I don't like you, ADA. I don't know why. I just don't.
Hey, be nice. Be nice. Be nice. Please.
Just don't like the way you look, man. Oh yeah, Sonny sold his car for some cash. Kira Burstow saying keep the cash. Good for when power outages happening all over the world right now. That is crazy. There's a lot of power outages everywhere. Has everybody noticed that? It's been going on pretty strangely.
They got to
what's up?
use the energy to move the Bitcoin. Oh yeah.
Yeah. What up, Uski? Dbloc don't gotta pay me. Dbloc gives me mad wisdom. I appreciate the kind words, though. I feel like you guys are entertaining me, though. It's the other way around. I'm not entertaining you. You're entertaining me. What you talking about? Oh, Mike S. misses his baby cakes. Oh. Little baby cakes. Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Kibberstel. Kibberstep? Kibber. See, I said it right the first time. I'm probably not going to say it right the second time. Kibberstel. Yo, Kier. What up, son? That's how I would say it if you're my homie. Like, yo, what's up, Kier? I couldn't go all that, the whole Kibberstel route. I'd be like, yo, KB. What up, son? Big buys, big buys. Oh, high def saying dump incoming. I dare you to short it here, high def. Do it. I double dose dare you.
Oh, not the double dose dare.
The last person I double dose dare, if he would have done it, he would have made money. Ha ha ha.
Good point.
Yeah, if he would have done a little quickie. I triple dose dare you. High def. Dump beat. Go ahead. Oh, that's interesting. We got 12 senators that just got indicted by the Justice Department. Oh, I wonder what they did.
Lock them up. Maybe not. I don't know. Hadn't read it.
So 12 sitting U.S. senators now under criminal investigation for foreign lobbying kickbacks. Ah, they were hanging out. They went to Italy and got some free pizza and some strippers on the house.
Not on my watch.
Not on our dime. That's our taxpayer money.
Hell yeah.
Oh, London, huge power outage. Absolute chaos down there. What are they going to do? No more crumpets. No more tea.
When was this, or when is this now?
What do people do besides drink beer and and eat crumpets. Do they eat crumpets? Like, no,
They trade crypto. That's what.
That's what they do. Yeah. There's the Heathrow power outage. That was in the airport too. Yo, all these airports, I'm telling you, it's something fishy. Dude, there's been a string of airport radars just getting like, I think this is China trolling or something. And the US just can't say it. And they don't want to say it. And China's like, haha, haha, haha. Just laughing at us doing some kind of power outages. That's what I feel. That's just my hunch. There's a Heathrow power outage, Atlanta, Newark Airport. Hope they could brush their teeth tonight. It's like, some English friends, though, they're funny, man. Some of my English homies, we beef on each other. They make fun of my Romanian roots, so I got to make fun of them a little bit. Yeah, someone got to check, I don't know, do something about these Amazon drivers. This female Amazon driver just walks up and like pees and poops and that not just one house, two different houses in LA on Mother's Day. Like, what's up with that?
Hey, stop the madness.
I mean, I've had to, go outside every now and then, but I'll find like I'm not gonna go in someone's property, find somewhere in a cut in the park or something, or somewhere a tree, in the cut.
I don't need much.
These female Amazon drivers, man, they're too much. Be driving reckless too. Male Amazon drivers are even worse, but
I've been saying for a long time, I've been saying car seats should be toilets. Just makes sense.
you might be onto something there.
I've been saying it for years.
I think you might be onto something for real. But like
They said it would smell bad.
Well, it all depends how properly maintained it would be, right?
Correct. Just make sure you flush twice. That's what I told him.
Like, is the airplane toilet, see, it doesn't smell bad, right? The flush is proper.
You just got to do it right the first time.
All right, who's selling? Not me. Not it. I've worked too damn hard to get all this Dogecoin to sell it right here.
What's the word, family? What's going on, YouTube?
What's up, dude?
Just chilling, just chilling. Keeping an eye on this higher low here. See if we're gonna take out those lows or what. Everybody been up to today? A little bit of pullback on the alts. Nothing crazy.
What's Dbloc?
Just chilling. Looks like Veracity gave a little push, but gave it all back here.
What you thinking about CPI tomorrow?
We'll see. We'll see. They're saying it's gonna come out under, but I don't know if I believe that exactly.
Anything we should be looking for?
Just reactions. I'm gonna look at I'm gonna take a look at Twitter tonight and see how overblown the expectations are, right? But no, I don't expect it to be anything crazy. I expect us to have a good sort of 3 months without any sort of real negative catalyst. Except for maybe unemployment, but bad numbers for us are good numbers, so 127 at 148. What we got going here? Yeah, Paul, Discord's free to join, but there is a $50 one-time fee to open up the entire Discord. But there's free sections where you could just come in and chill. We're all in the free section right now, so. A little bit of volatility picking up here on the last minute, so got me interested. I was like, let me come look at the chart for a second because, I mean, you don't have to know a lot of TA to know that we went from really tiny movements to larger swings. Right, so a little bit of volatility coming back. Pretty decent hits off of that downtrend. Respected it all the way down. Right, wick, bodied, wick. Yeah, I think we're up and to the right, Dre. These retracements, in my opinion, are temporary. We'll look for the signs. It hasn't even, I mean, we're nowhere near that yet, in my opinion. We've got a good 2 months, 2.5 months before we get our first point of reconsolidation where we can sell some of our alts off and compound. We waited for a long time for this. You know, this is different than, in my opinion, all the other sort of uptrends we've had. Everything's lining up for us.
Let's go. I'm all in.
What's going on, Juice?
Nothing much, man. Just running around a little bit. Scott back right now.
What we're looking for here is to be able to expand our W. Right? We want to take that smaller W that built us up.
Break that angular.
Yeah, expand it to like a healthier one. But we got to find the bottom here. Right? This W isn't a W until we get the right side. And the right side, we could come all the way down to that 800. Sort of double bottom off the 800. So we're still looking for this side. We're looking for where this is going to end. Matter of fact, let me make it dotted so nobody thinks.
Yeah, scooped up some Doge. Left a little bit of dry powder left in case we dip some more, but I'm mostly in right now.
Give me a second, y'all. Look at some of your alts. I'm just catching up with some shit that I needed to do because I was out of the office.
So SEC is supposed to approve Doge ETF on the 18th.
Interesting. Remember when we used to
deny it.
laugh out loud at the idea of that?
They might deny it.
Just the fact that somebody had the balls to put in the application.
There's three.
Like a year ago, we would have just broke into laughter if somebody said like Doge ETF, you know?
Yeah, for real. It's nuts. There's already 3 applications.
Crazy.
Yeah, I was saying earlier that I just think like the whole thing with the Department of Government Efficiency, like, yeah, it was a fun thing. Like Elon probably coined it, but I think there might be something deeper to just like kind of getting that name out there and entering the psyche of American people. Like they hear that Doge, it's becomes
Well,
more of a
that's what we hoped for when when we heard about it the first time.
But now it also gets this kind of official governmental pre-seal of approval, even though it hasn't been approved. But it gets that vibe, it gives it more of like a blue chippy feeling right now since everything that's been going on. There's a lot of charts being circulated on Twitter with the Doge BTC pair, and zoomed out on the higher time frames.
Doge looks great against BTC on higher time frames. One of the few
Yeah.
that's actually made higher highs on its BTC pair.
Yeah, and it's shifty at the right time. It does it too. You know, it seems like it's clocked, like it knows when to. Because if it would have done that in other times, it wouldn't have been so effective. But yeah, a lot of these charts, they're basically saying that right now, the same setup that's happening now, it looks very similar to the setup we had before that 30,000% run. And, you know, the only thing is, I don't think it's going to run 30,000%.
We were at like 100,000 market cap at the time.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. But
I'm all in.
The trend line, though, if you run it up, it forms like a bullish megaphone. And on log, it takes you up to $4.20. On regular, it takes you up to like $1.20.
$1.20 sounds a lot more hopeful.
Yeah.
And I won't be waiting for $1.20 to take profits either.
Yeah.
Dollar's a victory, yo. We can't, let's not move the goalpost. You know what I mean? Like $1 for Doge is a victory from where it came from at the bottom of this bear market. Just in general, you know, that's its meme. So,
I mean, for me to see it, like the first time I bought Doge was at 0.007. To see it at $1, it's nuts. That would be it. That would be celebratory. I would definitely be celebrating.
yeah, celebratory. I'll definitely be selling.
That's good. That's good.
Nice.
No, that was with pun intended.
All right. Anybody who didn't take profits at 50 cents knows those feels and will definitely be taking profits as we approach $1. Shit, they might take it when we get back to 50 cents, honestly. 50 cents is going to be a rough one because that's where we get to like our underwater holders, right?
Yeah, but we got to get to $4.20, dog.
That's the next one, yo. First $1, then $4.20.
Yeah,
They'll probably
baby.
make a big deal out of 169 and 269 and 360 now Doges. But yeah, we'll get to 420 eventually. Who knows?
Bitcoin will be floating around, what, 500K, 600K?
We just need more money. We need way more money in the market to make that happen.
So for Bitcoin to double up, it would need 2 more trillion right now to get to 200, right? To 200K, it'd probably need another 2 trillion market
For
cap.
itself, yeah.
Yeah, by itself.
Which means we probably need like another 4 trillion total. Which is sort of what I'm looking at. My top is still between 6 to 8 trillion. Is where I think we get to. If we start buying Bitcoin, if either it goes through Congress or we find those tax neutral ways to buy Bitcoin, I think we can get to 10 trillion. 10 trillion would be crazy, bro. The difference between 6 trillion and 10 trillion is the difference between your alts 5xing and 10xing, basically.
Yeah. What's crazy is, I mean, hold on one second, bro. Back.
Well, I'll give you one thing, Rodolfo. We are at 102, 103K with way less retail in the game and way more people on the sideline. You know, the last time we were up here, everybody that wanted to buy Bitcoin already did. Right, for the most part, everybody was all in. There was nobody left to buy the top, so we rolled over. But right now, bro, when this thing gets back over 100, when it gets back over all-time high, basically, then all the sideline people forced to FOMO back in. It'd be a beautiful thing. It leaves a lot of gas, you know what I mean, for the push and the blow off top. You want to see something truly nasty? Look at this. Let me tell you how this plays out and why this is good for us. So last time we were here, like we said, everybody was in basically, right? If you didn't buy the Bitcoin ETF hype, you bought the election hype. Then we flush. Most people forced to sell at the bottom. They freaked out. They were told the bull market was over. This was going to be the bear market, right? They missed this dip. And so price comes up with institutional money and the rest of us that knew this shit wasn't going down. And they're still not in, right? So what happens is, and watch how nasty this is, and it works for us, but unfortunately it's nasty work. Once we break this all-time high, they're going to come in and push us, right? So we end up pushing again. And when we get somewhere to like 128, 123, they'll be FOMOing into the tops, and then it's going to happen again. We'll come down and we clear these tops and make room for our last push into the 150s, 160s. The reason that I say it's nasty is because these guys that are hesitating to get back in right now, that regret selling and finally are going to buy the top, are going to be stuck right here. And they're not going to make this mistake again. Right? In their minds, they're going to say, I'm not doing it again. I'm not selling and getting left behind. Right? I'm not going to sell them again. And that what that means for us is that it gives us the strength so price doesn't collapse and we actually get that one last, move. It's nasty work. And what's even nastier than that is by the time they get up here, they're just going to have broken even from what they killed themselves on here. When by that time, we're taking the 3, 4, 5x's that we make in this run, selling up here, compounding down here, and getting another 2, 3x off the top on our alts. And then, unfortunately, by the time we get up here and we're all selling, they'll be so convinced that selling is a wrong thing to do that they won't realize that the bull market is over until we're down 50%. That's the bad part. And a lot of them are going to come back down underneath their cost average, which means you end up at the top of the bull market in a negative. And these same people did the same mistake here, right? They made the same mistake here at 49. For the most part, they made the same mistake here. You've had These abilities, these chances to compound are really big, right? Yeah, everybody wants to jump in and make 100x, but it's a lot easier to 10x a 10x, right? Or 5x a 5x and then 5x it again. You know, so these areas of compounding are really important. Just scary though, because it never feels like the right thing to do, right? And psychologically, you're going from a mind state where everything feels like it's going the right way because you're making money, profits are going up, and then you have to force yourself to sell when you feel your most euphoric. And that's not an easy thing to do for a lot of people, bro. You gotta fight some real like human nature.
Yeah, has anyone ever tried to make a vertical chart? So like instead of an upside down chart, you feel me? Like it will move. So instead of having that psychological tendency of everything that goes down has to go down because there is no gravitational pull on price, wouldn't it make more sense instead of going from left to right, the chart would go from down to up in time or up to down, and you'd have the swings the other way around, basically.
I mean, I guess you could always put your monitor in portrait, but don't switch it to portrait. But
Gang, cuz.
your chart would still move left to right
Right. Well, that's
as it goes up
left.
and down.
Left and right though is less, gives you less of a bias than up and down, because when you see
Yeah,
down,
but
you think
it'll take you a
gravity.
week to realize that right is up and left is down, and then you'll have a bias for left and right. You know what I mean? Like I feel what
Yeah,
you're
but you
saying,
have
but
less.
eventually your brain's gonna click and be like,
Yeah,
okay, right good, left bad.
well, yeah, but you'd still have less of that external bias that makes you feel that gravity's pulling it down. That's, just that little extra that
Yeah.
gets shaved off there because you're not thinking
I
about
mean, flipping
gravity.
the chart does that because it gets rid of it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Don't be too hard on the people on X calling for Doge to hit $80 per head. Because when it hits 80 cents, guess who's not selling? Those guys. And when it hits 90, those guys aren't selling either. So they could be our exit liquidity. That's fine. Hey, they should be happy to buy my Doge for $1 if it's going to 80, right? It's like an 80x just waiting for them. They should be happy to buy all my Doge. I don't know. The thing about X though, but a lot of those people don't believe what they're saying, right? Like they're in a Doge position, so they're just trying to hype their bags. And anything with a ridiculous sort of take profit on it, they're sending it back and forth. It's the intellectual dishonesty that gets me. Because some of these people, you see them say some shit and you're like, bro, I know damn well you don't believe that. I can promise you 1000% you're trying to get everybody used to the idea of holding higher so that you can get all of your bag off at a lower price with less concern, like we were just talking about.
Yeah, I think a lot of people also, do they imagine like, all right, if it was at $80, would that make me a millionaire? And they do that calculation, like how much would it take to make me $1 million? And that's where it's gonna go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, I got some bullish news. Coinbase made it to the S&P 500.
Yeah, that's interesting. They're also picking up Bitcoin, but I saw an interview with dude and they called it. They're like, "So you guys are adopting the Bitcoin strategy?" And he said, "No, no, no. We're adding Bitcoin to our asset sheet." And then they were like, "Yeah, but that's the Bitcoin strategy, like Michael Saylor." Anyways, the point is that they're trying to not connect themselves with Michael Saylor and the whole MicroStrategy thing. You know what I mean? Like they
Well,
want
that's
to hold
smart.
the Bitcoin and they want to hold it as an asset. But if shit goes bad with Michael Saylor and the shit that he's doing,
Yep. Yep.
they don't want it, they don't want it to automatically
Yeah.
come back on them. Smart.
Smart. Totally.
The difference I think is that they're buying and holding and they're not like borrowing to buy and they're not offering leverage on the Bitcoin they hold. So it's, I guess they consider it less risky. Well, it is less risky.
And what's up with that company, Kindly MD? It has something to do with Trump, or his crypto advisor, that dude David Bailey.
I haven't heard about it.
Yeah, Kindly, I don't know, they just jumped 250% their shares. It's like everything that's connected to Bitcoin on the legacy sides. I think it's gonna be doing pretty interesting.
Yeah. When we talk to these legacy guys and you start talking about crypto being better, they always want to point at Nvidia. And it's like, okay, well, what did better than Nvidia though? MicroStrategy. Who's the better software company? Or who's the better software hardware company? Let's put them both side to side and which one actually provides more value. The only difference is that they've got Bitcoin on the books. Good news for Nvidia means if they adopt this strategy, then they've got not only their actual functional business model, but they also have, Michael Saylor is doing this with only Bitcoin. Like no real core business underneath that's making any sort of waves. So if you've already got an actual core business that brings in money, and then you do this on top of it, it's like,
I saw some things with Elon dissing, not kind of backhand dissing Michael Saylor, and comparing. He's saying that Bitcoin's actually worse than fiat.
Yeah, he's on some bullshit, bro. He's so petty that whenever he's arguing with somebody, he'll say some shit he don't believe.
Yeah, just to say.
Just to say it, yeah. Like, you don't believe that, Elon. Not for 1 second do you believe that.
Well, he might be thinking of as in like not a store of value. If he's talking about as a currency, he might be right. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
as something to transact a lot with. Depending if it normalizes, though, it can work.
I mean, we shouldn't want to buy anything with Bitcoin, right? We buy with whatever the local currency is in whatever place on the planet we happen to be. Whatever the depreciating asset is that people use to, to commerce, and that's what you end up. But I'm not in a big hurry to fill my gas up at the gas station and use Bitcoin to do it. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. With the upside you have and potentially having Bitcoin, if that would be stupid.
Yeah. So just need the banks to get, it's gonna be like any other asset. You don't sell your house when you need something. You take a loan on it.
Some big sales coming in. Yeah. I'm not scared of you, Carlos.
Not scared of you, Carlos.
Every time I see a big red candle and I'm in position, for some reason I think of that. I don't know why.
We're not even at 100K yet, Rodolfo. I don't think this downtrend has even started to get ugly. Anybody that didn't think we had to retest 100K after breaking it after all that time and breaking it so clean like we did too, right? It's not like we just broke it. We broke it and went. No retest. Nothing but gaps left behind.
But we did retest the angular previous resistance, and we touched it perfectly.
Yeah. Psychologicals are good. Like angulars give you psychological support and resistances. But those imbalances on the order book that come at specific prices, your horizontals and
Yeah,
your
those are
gaps,
important.
like those are strong. Those are like they exist for real in the book. Like we love anglers because they're trend followers, right? And everybody that's in the trade sees it come back down and they buy back in, and so it shows sentiment, right? It bounced off, there's still good sentiment. If it broke and came underneath, we've got bearish sentiment on the trend now. Got one high volume node at 101.285, which would be where we would put in that higher low. But if that doesn't hold, and that's value area low too. Actually, it's not a bad setup. You know, we've come up to value area high a couple times. Haven't been able to get over it for the most part. Once you can't break value area high, you end up coming back down to you end up coming back down to your point of control. If the point of control doesn't hold, then you seek out the value area low. Once you hold the value area low, you go back to point of control. If point of control doesn't hold, you go back to value area low. Okay, so that's at 101.75. If this breaks, then we go into a new larger value area where we start to get into this dead zone. The bottom of that value area would be 97.986. Which to me, I like. I like that. I like that move. But support is support until it's not. So we've got to respect the current value area low. And the way value areas work, if you hold support, nice price will naturally try to find the point of control again. Excuse me, which will give us the right side of our W. So what we're looking for, you guys that have been here for a while know the play. Red vector, we're looking for a stopping volume candle, followed by a bullish engulfing if we're going to confirm a bottom here.
Come on, Biddy.
Still some decent liquidations underneath. Makes me feel like they'll go for it, but we'll see.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably not gonna hold, but I'm just gonna hold my position and maybe DCA.
If we're not able to put in a higher low here, we'll drop another $500-600 until we get to our next support range.
Damn, P. Diddy, you did what?
Oh, I saw some. Yeah, I saw all the shit from
Damn, dog.
the
Why you
trial
gotta do
today.
that?
It was crazy, bro. There's a lot of shit in there that I was like, damn.
Guess they were freak offs, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you know, my thing has always been don't yuck nobody's yum, yo. We're all adults here. Yeah, it's crazy some of the shit he was doing, but also wasn't illegal. But some of the shit that came out today was like, yeah, bro.
Like, damn, dog.
Yeah, you're doing
You
too
can't make your
much.
girl do that. Like, yo, come on, man. You can't make your girl do that.
Yeah, even if she like at some point, even if she's down, like, oh, like, come on, bro. There's
Nah,
something really wrong with you.
it's just not
Like,
good for the universe, man. It's just
nah,
bad for the universe.
he's not okay.
That shit taints the universe.
There's our stopping volume. We've got 39 seconds to close it. And then we're looking for a bullish engulfing to follow up. It's kind of hard to quantify, Yuski. But if I had to put a number on it, gun to my head, off the top of my head, I would say 70, 75%. Maybe 70%, 65, 70%. There's a lot that goes to it, right? It's not just the stopping volume candle, right? You need the volume to follow it. You need everything to sort of play in, right? You want a red vector coming into a stopping volume candle, into a bullish engulfing with significant volume. Can't really call this significant volume, right? We had a higher volume candle here. What you want for a bottom is significant volume. You know, even that wasn't as high as it could have been, which is what I was saying, that the right side of this wasn't as pretty as it could be. Not much of a wick, not a whole hell of a lot of buying pressure from that region. Just the need for vector recovery, in my opinion, is what sort of shot us up. And we had to recover this vector, we had to recover this vector, we had to recover this vector. And then once we did that, for the most part, right, we kind of stopped going up, double topped. So this could have just been like a cleanup move, but we'll see. Yeah, see how it's already looking weak. The volume didn't really give me a lot of hope that that would hold. Structurally, W patterns are very good, right? What they are fractals. And fractals are patterns that repeat over and over with similar playouts. Right? What you're really talking about is a higher low fractal. A low, co-equal top, higher low. Now, by themselves, they're strong. With a stopping volume candle at the at the bottom of each, and the right sort of setup coming into it, way, way stronger. Yeah, very little hope for that stopping volume candle.
Couple nice buys here.
Yeah, Rodolfo, the way he did Cassie was nasty work. Not just her, a lot of other people came out too there. Well, we heard about a lot of different ones today. That's the thing about having all the money in the world, man. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. You know what I mean? You start to make a bunch of money, everybody around you starts to act like all the wild shit you do is normal, so you get wilder and wilder. It invalidates. I'm looking at 100K, bro. Grab some caffeine, I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, I have my PI now on a wallet. The PI I was mining when I was start this thing. Did you mine any PI?
I'm back. I'm put some coffee on.
I just get my PI coins on the wallet. I
Oh,
was mining
is that why it went down today?
It's $1, bro. I think it's not today. I think I have it, but I forgot to open the app.
Oh, okay.
What price is
Because
it?
it went up to 1.7.
Wow.
But that's what
Lol.
I'm saying. This job, I was looking at it and I was like, I wonder if they released any tokens or if
Yeah,
people
because
got
they.
access. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It also makes sense, sort of the run up into the date.
I was so unlucky. I don't mine it more when I was younger.
Supposedly on May 14th, they're doing a big not a release. What some big information's coming out as well on May 14th.
It was looking really ugly down here, man. This thing had no sort of structure or nothing. And then all of a sudden, whoop.
I'm trying to see how I send from my wallet. PI wallet. How to send it on Bybit.
Damn, if you're using my indicator or just doing the 5-minute, or just doing the 13 and the 50 EMA strategy, it got you in at 58 cents. Is when our dots
Sweet.
turned green.
On the dot. Should I keep it or should I sell it? I don't give a F.
I mean, this could keep going down significantly.
Yeah. I think $1 is a good price to sell.
Well, this is what you're sort of fighting with here, this SR flip.
Man, it got like to
Right,
160.
resistance turned into support.
Yeah.
If that breaks, then I would make some decisions.
How they have so much market cap? This thing. I
It just
don't
went
understand
crazy,
it.
man. A lot of people were involved in this project for a long time.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest communities in the crypto space.
I know, but the heck? Like people waiting like years for this.
Yeah.
Me, I mine it like when I was at the beginning. I mined like maybe 20, 50 or 20 coins per day or something like this. If I knew it, I will mine it like with every day. I mine like 1-2 weeks. I got it like 300 PI and that's it. I forget it.
I was mining this Deepin project. Never heard of it. Small project. I was like, it's probably not going to do anything. I put it on one of my laptops. I was getting almost nothing out of it. I could have put it on a big PC or whatever. I just didn't pay any attention to it. This was 3 years ago. That project ended up being AIOZ.
Oh my god, really?
Yep.
Oh my god, how much you mine?
I got a good amount. I got a decent amount, but it could have been so much better, bro.
So much.
It could have been
Don't
so
be
much
greedy.
better.
Don't be greedy.
But there's always something shitty to mine. Like, who knows what's going to make it and what's not going to make it in the future, right? Like, there's a bunch of shit that you can mine right now that maybe one day will end up being something, but I didn't have any conviction in it.
Yeah, I mined some Pondcoin. I got about $1,800 worth of it. But the thing is, I was supposed to be swapping on their bullshit ass swap. And this one dude that mined the same amount of me, he was swapping back and forth a lot. On his airdrop, he got 60 G's. I couldn't believe it.
He played the
And I mined
rotation, right? He was just going back and forth, bringing in
yeah, I guess he
transaction
triggered.
volume.
Yeah, and they didn't have a handbook, so like nobody knew. Everyone was just trying all types of shit. You know, they just wanted to leave it kind of vague, so nobody knows what triggers the points and what doesn't, which I thought was kind of shady. But I was happy for him. You know,
These
I was,
airdrop things, they do that sometimes though, right? They don't tell you exactly what they're looking for because they don't want you to cheat it. Moondang has got a nice bull flag sort of forming out on the 5-minute here.
Moondang.
Moondang. Pretty clean. Two
Dang.
touches, both sides. Just keep an eye. If it holds and pops, then this is quite the pull on this flag. Pause. We'll take a conservative and a liberal measured move here.
Man, on Bybit, Moodeng is only on perpetuals, no in spot.
So this would be a conservative measured move. But that really, in my opinion, should be the flagpole.
Moon boy.
Right? Which makes our two areas of interest right around 40 and then right around 63. Yeah, I think you can still mine AIOZ. It's a deepen project, right? So all it does is it uses your GPU while you're not using it. But if you go on AIOZ, I'm sure you'll find the link right there to do it. I mean, it's just way different mining it now at the price that it's at versus the pennies that it was at when it first came out. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back, guys. I got to handle something real quick. All right, we're still watching to see if we put in this higher high. I mean, this higher low here. Be right back.
Appreciate you. Have a good one.
Mm.
Hey, you like apples? How you like them apples?
I'm back, y'all. A healthy little W so far.
Yo, Dbloc, um, you think they're gonna flush us for CPI tomorrow?
I don't know. I don't think it's going to be too much of a shock tomorrow. I mean, for the most part, I don't think anybody's expecting any surprises. It sort of looks like we're trying to build out of here.
I think they were saying that they like Fed futures. I don't know if it was Fed futures or was it like a bank like Goldman Sachs or something, but they repriced the Fed cut to instead of July to December. Maybe tomorrow CPI can like either reinforce that or challenge that idea.
Yeah. Some of these projections, though, you have to take with a grain of salt. A lot of them are self-serving.
I think it was. Yeah, I think it was Goldman Sachs. I feel like they're always flooding. Like they changed their opinion like every like week.
I'm calling for a recession for the past year and a half. I do want to be up early tomorrow for that, though. Just in case. They don't usually let a whole lot of news go without taking advantage of it. Yeah, I'll probably be up way earlier than usual. What time is it now? Still a decent hour.
Yo, Dbloc, what are your thoughts on using your Bitcoin as collateral for like USDT loans and shit?
And make sure that you're in the right project, in the right protocol.
I mean, just to put it back into Bitcoin.
Yeah, no, like the Michael Saylor thing, but I'm saying whoever you're collateralizing your Bitcoin with better be official.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I
Yeah,
gotcha.
because you're taking on third-party risk there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the idea of loan on being in debt alone, but man, uh, well, it's kind of smart to do it into Bitcoin if you
Yeah.
play it right, you know?
Yeah, if you can buy a hard asset and use it to collateralize fiat and then use that fiat that's being debased to buy more hard assets, you just have to make sure that you can keep up with your payments. We don't all have less than 1% VIG on a 5-year float for loans like Michael Saylor does, right? We're going to have to pay significantly more and more often.
Yeah, that is true. That is very true.
But
What
shit,
do you
if you
think?
got it like that, though, yeah, you got it like that, definitely do it.
Yo, Coinbase offers the I use Coinbase to do it, and they just do it right through the app. Like you can just collateralize your Bitcoin and they'll give you USDC. But it is a
Yeah,
third
but
party they
that
use, and they give you a warning like they're not responsible for X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, I don't like
uh,
it because Coinbase doesn't do it in-house. Always a third party, but there's always some sort of third party risk there. And I mean,
Yeah.
you can do your due diligence and everything, right? But Celsius checked all the boxes. Celsius and Luna, I mean, these were top tier at the time, right? These weren't risky people that were using it. Like, it was well established. You know, Luna had more Bitcoin in their treasury than almost any other crypto project at the time to help back that shit up. So sometimes you can still check all your boxes and do your due diligence and still end up in a world of shit. Imagine people that made it through 2020 bull market perfect, bought the bottoms, sold the Pico top, had a big bag of money, and then decided they're going to sit it in Celsius for some yield, or they're going to collateralize it through whatever for the, you know, the bull market, and then they lose. You know, you literally get set back 4 or 5 years.
Do you have a coin or a platform that you think once the bear market kind of begins and Bitcoin loses its value and whatever coin or platform is backed up by Bitcoin, like we've seen, is there one at the top of mind for you?
Like, at risk?
I'm just saying, like, I mean, we've seen it happen. So if it was to happen again, is there a coin like top of mind in terms of which one you would be most cautious of? Like personally, I feel like Sol and Radium are that way.
Well, I mean, it's, you know, it just depends, bro. Just in my opinion, when it comes to exchanges, don't stake or use any sort of DeFi vehicles that they have if you don't KYC there, first of all. You know, it's one thing to trade perps and all that. It's another completely thing to get into something with no KYC where you're giving them your assets.
10-4.
Yeah. Eventually, you'll be able to do this through the bank, right? Eventually, you'll be able to go right to your Bank of America if you wanted, and you'd be able to give them your Bitcoin a hold and take loans on it or whatnot. It'll become a lot easier, and it'll become easier from places that are already trusted. But I don't like to play that game personally. I like to be in control of my funds at all times, even if it costs me something. You know, even if it costs me ROI.
Right.
At the end of the day, bro, I need to be able to blame myself for this. For anything that goes wrong, I have to be able to take the blame. I can't even imagine being in a position where everything goes to shit and it's somebody else's fault. Bro, I'm not the right person for that.
No, right, dude. I'm just wanting to, since I've seen it, I just want to see if I can see it before it happens next time, kind of thing. That's all.
Talk to Zeusy when he's
I
on
just
here,
wanna be
man. Zeusy's been looking for the next exchange to go bankrupt for like a year and a half now. I'm still in Jasmine Heavy, Scott. I mean, most of its potential has already been, obviously, right? We got like a 17x on it. But we gave back a lot during that dip, so I think there's plenty more. In my opinion, it's my second largest position right now. It was my first largest position, but Sui sort of knocked it down a tier.
Dude, it's sweet. It holds up so good. Like, look, we just had this like pullback across the market. So he's right back at 390.
You know, it's holding mind share, man. That's the one coin on everybody's mind that when something goes down, you're like, oh, I wonder what Sui went to. And I think people are starting to realize that sideways on Sui is just as good as down. I mean, while you're waiting for a retracement on some alts, if Sui goes sideways, that's just as good as a drop.
Yep.
Ecosystem for Sui, you can go deep. You can go Cetus. Those are probably the two obvious ones.
Does Sui do smart contracts like E?
Yep.
Or oh wow.
Yeah. Faster, cheaper with newer tech than Sol.
Yo, Dbloc, what are your thoughts on this? If the U.S. Actually does a Bitcoin reserve and starts doing that, do you think that will be like the blow off top?
If they
Do you
buy.
think if they buy?
Yeah, if they actually spend money to buy Bitcoin during this bull market, it'll be absolutely crazy. I don't know if we'll get it, right? These things, the only way we'll get it is if they find tax neutral ways to do it. And we know that he sent guidance to the Treasury Department to look for tax neutral ways to buy Bitcoin. So they're already looking for it. And I think he will. I think they're going to find a way, whether it's through the repricing of gold or selling off some assets or some of this tariff money.
You actually think it's plausible it will be within this cycle?
Yeah, but only if Trump does it himself. Congress won't pass it in the time that it takes. They're gonna knock that shit back and forth in Congress forever. So it would
So our
have to be
problem,
something that it would have to be from a purse that the president controls.
yeah, and he's not gonna be doing any of that until he finishes up this trade, all this trade stuff.
Yeah.
That's his main focus. But I think once we get past this, I think his focus is gonna start shifting more into the crypto, hopefully.
Yeah. Either way, I mean, I'll be completely honest with you. Trump has done enough. Long term, just signing that Bitcoin strategic reserve will be what he'll be remembered for when it comes to crypto, even if they don't,
That's
You
true.
guys don't realize how many years we've had that big US wallet hanging over our heads while the US was in real time trying to kill crypto. Right? So you can imagine, like, that was the fear. That's what they do, After they're done attacking as much as they can attack, they just sell all that Bitcoin and crush price and da da da. So just having that from over our heads, I think is a W.
Yo, Dbloc, since they had that over our heads for so long, what do you think? Why do you think they never actually pulled the trigger and sold?
They couldn't.
Was it?
A lot of it was trapped in court. Because they
Oh,
seized it, but then there was people claiming that they had the proper ownership of it. Da da da. It wasn't until maybe 6 months ago that the court ruling came in that the U.S. could do whatever they wanted to do with it. But by that time, the tides had already sort of turned a little bit, right? Crypto didn't feel so much like the enemy.
that's great. So 6 months ago, Biden was still, I think, in charge, right? So he could have.
Yeah, no, they could have done it. They could have done it. By that time, stable coins had already started to buy up bonds, though. So I think Congress started to look at crypto as something that could help with the bigger problem, with the bigger debt problem we have more than anything. Crazy times, bro. That's why whenever somebody tells me like, oh, well, when the government decides that they just want to stop this, what are you going to do? And it's like, we've been there. They did decide they wanted to stop it. They tried everything they could, and they still couldn't stop this shit. It wasn't for lack of trying, though, I'll tell you that much. They attacked everything from our exchanges to the devs to the stablecoin bank issuers. They went down the line.
Yo, could you look at ETH whenever you get a chance?
Yeah. I'd be like, any Higher low. Stopping volume candle was invalidated though. M top. We'll check the market maker count now in a second, but Darcy, I'm usually on after 2 o'clock Eastern, all the way up to 6 or 7, and then I go eat, and then I come back for a couple hours, and then I come back again at night. For the most part, if I'm not on, it's because whatever TA I have on the screen still hasn't played out, and there's nothing really new going on. Let's see if we can invalidate this M pattern here. All right, well, just structure-wise, if we lose this structure, we come down to our next support. Which would be these two ranges here. 238 doesn't hold. We're going to see 228. But we're above the neckline right now, right? So this M pattern hasn't played out or confirmed. For the M pattern to confirm, we need to see the drop, the retest, and then the break of the low. Yeah, I saw the delisting on VRA. I don't know if it's just low volume delisting or what.
Appreciate that, Dbloc.
Yeah. But it's had a decent recovery now. I mean, today, 14%, 15%. Yeah, if we look at the market maker count on ETH,
That's just like the W, the Rise One.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's what I thought. Yeah, cool.
So let's go to the hourly. It is so messy.
Yo, Dbloc, you saw Coinbase is getting listed on S&P?
Yeah.
They're replacing Discover.
Yeah. They're also adding Bitcoin to the asset sheet.
Oh,
So
wow,
they're
they
going to
never
be
had
a Bitcoin company.
I thought they always were a
well, they hold Bitcoin for trading reasons or whatever, but holding it on their actual list of assets is different.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I never knew that.
Mm-hmm. So this is a messy count. I mean, I'll be completely honest with you. You got your W, Rise 1 retrace, Rise 1 retrace. Yeah. Yeah, so you got your W pattern there, your Rise 1 retrace, Rise 2 retrace, Rise 3, retrace, and then you'd be looking for your M pattern to go into your drop 1, drop 2, drop 3. The distance isn't important. It could do all of this right here. Right? It's just the count that's important. So don't get panicky because I drew that all the way down there. It'd be exactly the same thing if it happened here.
Could it be that it just goes sideways as well now?
Yeah, because you
Or
can get a continuation at the top, right? So there's two types, right? Your type 1 market maker pattern is your W. I'll draw it perfect, right? These are textbook. W, rise 1, retraces to the top of the W. Rise 2, retraces to the top of rise 1. Rise 3, retraces to the top of rise 2. M pattern, retrace 1, pops up to the bottom of the W, retrace 2, pops up to the bottom of 1, retrace 3, pops up to the bottom of 2, W pattern. And then it continues, right? That's type 1. A type 2 trap or a type 2 market maker pattern goes W, rise 1 retrace, rise 2 retrace, rise 3 retrace, M pattern that turns into a W and consolidates and starts it all over again. Rise 1, rise 2, rise 3. Right, so you can have a continuation at the top of the market maker pattern. That's what we don't know if it's happening just yet. Because we haven't broken. Right? So that M could come back up and turn into a W and then pop and then start on a whole new rise 1, rise 2, rise 3. We have to wait for confirmation of the structure to break first. Yeah, I'll look at whiff and then I have to go finish up and research. It's past 12 o'clock already. So whiff is at a really interesting point. Right? It had a fake out M pattern just like ADA. Right? Couple of other ones that were showing us bearish and then popped. But more importantly for whiff, we're getting to the point of the chart where I was saying if we can get above and hold this dash line, I think we see all-time highs on whiff. But we need to get above and hold, and we managed to get there way faster than I thought we were going to. Right? So for me, grabbing that and holding it, which is getting above our retracement, right? Getting above our support resistance flip, that locks you in for all-time high to revisit that double top at all-time high, in my opinion. Which, if you picked up with from when we were talking about it at the X, would be about a 10x. We've already seen, what, 2.5x off the bottoms. So yeah, if you're in whiff, you want to see price above 130, just call it 140. Every day above 140 for whiff is a happy day. If we look at the count on Bitcoin, our W pattern down at 74 that popped us. Was the start of it, right? So we have our W, rise 1 retrace, that retests the W, rise 2 retrace, rise 3, and then now we're at our top. Right, so this should be where we either put in an M pattern or some sort of topping structure to roll over. If we don't, like I said, then there's a chance that we go into a continuation. Right, and your continuation would be your W, rise 1 retrace, rise 2 retrace, rise 3 retrace. That's what a continuation would look like. But we have to hold this 50. And we can still get that, by the way, and come down to that 100K. That's why I'm saying that that trip down to 100K isn't like an end game for the push that we're on. Right? We can literally come down 100K, come down to the bottom of the 50 MA cloud, put in a W, and keep it moving. Just realize how clean we hit that measured move on that W, though. Yeah, still no reason to freak out. If you want to see a drop here, what you're looking for is for this W to invalidate. 1014. We had the opportunity to invalidate the smaller W at 1014, and all we did was hold support there and build a larger one. Right, so we fractaled out from a smaller W into a larger one. So same invalidation. If that invalidation doesn't hold, we're looking at 100K at least. Grab this vector. Hold target 5. So UK session, that's sort of what I'll be watching for when they come in. Right? We'll do the session sort of analysis here. Asian session, right? Guys, remember, we draw our box around the Asian session. It's not complete yet, so we don't know if this is going to get higher than this or not. But let's assume that the Asian session doesn't go any higher than they've already gone. Just for explanation purposes. So what you want to do is you want to draw your Asian box. Right? Bring all the price action. Wow, this is actually lower than I thought. Right? You're looking for the high and the low in Asian. Then what you do is you take your fib and you draw out your 50% mark of the Asian session from top to bottom. You're looking for your 0.5, where if you have your fib set up by 50s, then you're looking for your 50. UK's job when they come in is to hold that resistance. If UK comes in and they hold 50% of the Asian range, they'll trend up for their entire session. UK tends to go in one direction. Asia tends to set a range. UK tends to set a trend. So just for like explanation purposes, let's say we come up to the top of this W, reject, come back down, and hold that. Chances are UK will take this measured move within their session. If that doesn't happen, let's say we roll over right here, come down, hold support, and then UK comes in and they can't get above Asia's 50, they'll reject and they'll trend down for the entire session. Right, so in my opinion, UK here either is going to go bullish and take that measured move, or be unable to get above Asia's 50 and come grab that 100K. What we have to do is wait for the Asian session to finish, and then we'll draw out the box. Because right now, that's not accurate yet. Right? There's still time for Asia to do something here. But when I leave the chart overnight, I'll leave the box drawn and all that. All right, we got about an hour until the Asian session is done. Let me go do this research real quick. I'll be back for the end of the Asian session. We'll draw out the box. We'll refresh the stream. And we'll leave everything set up for overnight. I appreciate that, Scott. I think it's because a lot of this shit is self-taught. So, like, I didn't really have anybody to explain shit to me. I had to sort of put it into terms that it was easier for me to understand myself. So it's a little easier for me to explain it instead of just sort of regurgitating something I learned somewhere in school. The U.S. is crazy, bro. The U.S. tends to do whatever they want, Darcy. They tend to do whatever they want. I have a theory that it's cultural, but it's just like what my monkey brain does to make sense of things. But so, you know, Asia, right? Asia's got the whole yin yang thing, right? A lot of balance with nature, you know, all the feng shui and all of that shit, right? So it makes sense to me that they range, right? They're all about balance. So it makes sense to me that they range. And then you get the UK. The UK comes in, and you know, UK is real stiff upper lip. Pull yourself up by the bootstrap. Determination, right? They tend to pick one direction, and they stick to it, and they go, whether it's up or down. Then US comes in and says, "We," like a bunch of kids.
Yeah, buddy.
US comes in and says, "We gonna do what we want."
Yeah, U.S. session is terrible to trade, man.
It is, bro. It's so volatile. It's so volatile. I mean, there's really no. Sometimes they'll follow UK's trend and say, "Okay, UK started a party, let's go," and then sometimes they'll just flush it and then bring it right back to where it was, and it's like, bro, what's the point? Like, all that money spent. You know where we could have gone if you would have just picked the direction and gone with it. But the market can stay rational for longer than we can stay solvent. All we have are these little sort of clues to motivation to kind of help us make sense of this shit. But like I said, culturally, it makes sense, right? Americans are some wild cowboys and, you know, living on the edge or whatever all that. We kind of do what we want. We feel like we run the place. But in my opinion, the reason that balance exists between them is so that market makers don't step on each other's toes. Right? There's too much money being pushed around by these market makers for them to be counter trading each other. So it just seems like, you know, Asia comes in and sets a range and says, okay, we're going to base everything we do off of what UK does on this. And then UK comes in and says, we're going to, you know, like a bit of organization that they've got going. Yeah, those are the three market maker sessions that move the market. Asia, UK, and US. Jim Bro with the super chat. Appreciate you, brother. W super chat. I'm still not getting super chat alerts for some reason. YouTube, did you guys hear an alert on that, or is it just my audio that's screwed up? Yeah, I gotta check my settings, man. I was tripping with all my settings earlier, trying to fix everything. I'm sure I did something. All right, where we at? 11 hours and 9 minutes. All right, I'll be back in like 50 minutes. Stream will be at 12 hours. By then, Asia will be finishing up. And I'll see if I can find us some alpha on Twitter about this CPI shit tomorrow. I'll be back.
Yo, is anyone here?
I'm still around. What up, buddy?
Is it me or is XRP flagging right now on the 1 minute?
On the 1 minute, everything's flagging. Everything's going sideways. Like,
No,
I
no,
mean,
but XRP like has like a neck up and it's got like this like a clear
oh
flag.
yeah.
Right?
It-
Am I wrong?
It's done that. Remember before the huge fall from January to March, right? Remember how XRP used to just go sideways when Bitcoin wanted to correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's doing that right now. I think it's just trying to maintain price because it's really sensitive. Because, like, I'll be honest, underneath that $2 mark are huge gaps that have not been filled since ever. So it's like the army and whoever else is in there just keeping that price at that range. Because I think XRP without that kind of buying pressure, it's a little sensitive considering the gaps. But yeah,
Yeah.
XRP likes
But
doing that.
it does sometimes move independently. Like this whole rally we've had, it's been like pinned at like $2.20. And now that like we're getting a little bit of a pullback in alts and Bitcoin's kind of like trying to hold 100, XRP might just like silently make its move to like 270, 260.
We'll see.
But it
We'll
looks like it's
see.
breaking down the flag. But it looked like it was making a flag right there, but it's breaking. It's breaking. So
I just got off a meeting with my mentor, right? And he was like, that's why it took me a while to come back to the chat. He told me, like, right now you have to change your mindset. You have to change your mindset into like a bullish sentiment. And part of the bullish sentiment is healthy corrections. Healthy corrections meaning not like a dip down to a lower low, but looking for a higher low. So right now, what we should like, he told me the way you should look at your odds is not that it's doing something particular or doing something crazy like going sideways or whatever. You want to hope that your alts actually find their gaps, fill it, and at the same time bounce at proper fib levels. Because this gives future like traders confluence, like this is the alt I want to come into. I mean, like the further and better the better fib that our candles bounce from, the stronger our bounce. You know what I mean?
man, XRP is so trappy.
Yeah,
So
right.
trappy.
Like
It
that's
looked
what
like
I
it
was.
was ready to run.
That's the word I want to say, but like I didn't want to say it because I don't want to scare people. it's
Nah,
just it's
look
just really it's really sensitive where XRP is right now. Because if XRP was at least at like $3 or $4, then it can do those waves, like what ETH is doing, what SWI is doing, what Sol is doing. You know what I mean? Because now it can do nice corrections, fill in gaps, but it's at $2 for months, and then below that is a very dangerous area. That's why it looks so trapped. That's why I have a hard time trying to figure out if it's something I want to put a small bag into. Like, it's just not at the safe area just yet, unless it fills those gaps underneath and comes right back up in like a single day. It can do that. We've seen coins do that, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, XRP is a little weird though, because it's like it stayed down in like the 30 cent, 40 cent area for like it seemed like it was like maybe over 2 years. I feel like once that case was just like resolved, it just
Mhm.
immediately just repriced itself.
Right,
regardless of
right,
cap.
and it went from $30 to $2 in a couple weeks. My dad did 3x in a week from 75 cents to $2. It can do that. All it needs to, if it fills those gaps underneath, trust me, a lot of whales are gonna come in. Wait. Yeah, I'll be back, guys. Wait up.